let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has brought us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the jostling rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with the steady beat of not a weary feet, come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading the path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out from the glory past, till we stand at last, where the bright gleam of a bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou hast brought us thus far on the way. Thou hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, O God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land.
This is the third annual Global Read-a-Thon, brought to you by Center for Studies on Africa and its Diaspora. Our theme this year, Roots, the Journey of Us, exploring the narratives that shaped moments and movements over centuries. Presenting this year's Read-a-Thon and coming to you live from Georgia Public Broadcasting in Atlanta is award-winning journalist Suzanne Malvo.
You just heard soprano singer Indra Thomas sing the Black National Anthem, accompanied by Valerie Poole. It was written by NAACP leader James Weldon Johnson in the 1900s. It was so beautiful, and it just stirred my soul. Thank you so much, Indra. Really appreciate you so much. What a wonderful way to begin today, to welcome you to the 3rd annual Read-a-Thon, brought to you by the Center for Studies on Africa and its Diaspora, fondly known as CSAD, at Georgia State University. I'm Suzanne Malveaux, and I'm honored to be back with you again this year. I am also thrilled that Atlanta news icon Monica Pearson, she's going to be joining us throughout the next hours as a special contributor to the program. We are excited as well to be partnering with GPB. That is to celebrate the best of literature. So you can catch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, whatever you want, gpb.org as well. Just follow us, and I just want you to know, for me personally, I am so honored to play a part in all of this. So my family grew up in the segregated South. 3 out of 4 of my grandparents only had an elementary school education. My parents' education was at HBCUs. My dad went to Howard, my mom at Xavier, and they lifted me and my siblings, the next generation, not only out of poverty, but to a whole nother level of opportunity. Dad as deans of Howard's Medical School, Mom as an elementary school teacher. They put academics first. And so today, we are recognizing the powerful impact of education. All right, so let's get started. As you know, Black History Month celebrates the contributions of African Americans. It was initiated by historian Carter G. Woodson, first as a week-long event, and then expanded into a month-long observance back in 1976. So, for Black History Month, this year's theme, Roots, the Journey of Us. As always, we have participants from around the world. Germany returning this year. We are so excited to feature narratives also from Ghana, Ethiopia, Brazil, Haiti, and Canada. In the house, we're going to be joined by Djimon Hounsou. He is that 2-time Oscar-nominated actor. We are really looking forward to that. We also got award-winning authors and, of course, spectacular performances. Members of the Atlanta community, they're also going to be sharing their cultural traditions here live. Wait till you see what we have in store. Our live correspondent, Nesta Lumpkin, she's going to bring us all of that action as well. So I want to celebrate. Let's just celebrate our roots, our stories, the authors who bring them to life, our journeys. Let's embrace the possibilities, right, that lie ahead. So let's get started. We now start with a throwback to the previous Read-a-Thons, this year, number 3. If you joined us previously, here's a quick recap. And if this is your first year, here's a glimpse of what you missed.
Like, who goes to teach a class with a 3-piece suit and a top hat?
But could a woman push that at that point in time?
I'm feeling a little sweat after hearing from everybody.
Today, I'll be reading 2 passages from Dr. Martin Luther King's Letter from a Birmingham Jail.
I would like to welcome you to this section, the German section of the Read-a-Thon.
The article is Mohammed's reaction to the murder of George Floyd.
Africans came here and they held to the things most dear.
Part of what we have to do is have a concrete understanding of history and the manner in which history is connected to the present day.
I was blessed to be in the film version, directed by Steven Spielberg. So I played Nettie. So I'm going to read you a letter from Nettie to Celie that was not in the film, but it is in the book.
Joining me now to talk more about the theme, Edwige Jean-Francois. She is the Executive Director at CSAD at GSU. Edwige,
hey,
welcome back.
We are back.
This is year number 3. We just keep doing this.
I'm telling you, and it feels better and better every time we do it.
Thank you for inviting me back.
Thank you for coming back.
And you brought your bag of books.
And I brought my bag of books.
Okay.
So these are like Haitian women who are liberators and pioneers. And this bag is special to me, so I feel like a bag lady. And I have here some of my favorite books. This is by Jacques-Stephen Alexis. So these are like my Haitian comrades, right? I've got Marie Vieux-Chauvet and Miriam Chancey, who you're going to get to talk to later. So anyway, this bag of books, it goes everywhere with me. So here we are.
Yeah, here we are with the bag of books.
With the bags of books.
This theme is different than the previous themes, right? So tell me how you came up with this journey theme.
So, you know, the first year was our inaugural year, where we sort of read everything we wanted. We looked at narratives. We shared. We loved. We cried. We laughed. And then last year we had a contest. And where, as you remember, we tried to pick the greatest book of all time, right? Very subjective, obviously, the GOAT book.
I loved it.
Which ended up being fun. And then I thought, maybe this year, this is the year where we get to step back a little bit when we talk about Africa and the African diaspora, right? The vastness of it all, right? Africa, 54 countries, and just the Black diaspora population across Brazil, across Colombia, Venezuela, Haiti, and all over the Caribbean. I thought it was time to sort of look at our histories and our journeys, where we came from, how we ended up to the pockets of the world where we are, and how we connect universally.
And Edwige, we have so much to cover in these hours. Whew. I love it. I love it. We're just going to like wig right through it.
We're just going to dig right in.
So the journey, you know, about us. Let's start with Mali. I mean, you've got an amazing
timeline. I actually brought you a copy, right? And we have wonderful graduate research assistants who worked on this, Prithvi Reddy and Madison Vital, the entire CSAD team. I cannot say enough about our wonderful community at Georgia State University and the brilliant students, and you'll get to meet the Director of Academics, Elizabeth West. Anyway, we start with Mali. And, you know, and I've got a bit of a cheat sheet here. I don't have to do this by memory. Mansa Musa, the ruler of the Mali Empire, widely considered the wealthiest person in history. Under his reign, Mali experienced a golden age, flourishing in education, culture, economic power. So a storied figure. And our timeline kind of, it's not the definitive timeline, y'all. It takes us from the 1400s to the election of President Barack Obama in 2009. And so it's sort of like some key points, right? There's Brazil.
Right?
Brazil,
1500s.
The history of the Colombo community, escaped enslaved African indigenous people who formed settlements. Queen Nani, a chieftain, you're going to hear about her more later with one of our professors, but really worth recognizing. I should say Queen Nani, that's Jamaica, but in terms of Brazil, just the colonial power of Brazil and self-determination.
And then we go to America.
And then we go to
1619, very important date.
We keep hearing about 1619, obviously. It is a very important date, you know, widely recognized as the first recorded arrival of Africans in North America when a Dutch ship arrived. 20 captives, and then the rest, as they say, is history. So that date, most of us, many of us have heard it referred to. Back in 2019, it became a significant marker because Ghana invited Afro-descendants to return to Ghana, 2019, the 400th anniversary.
And we'll be hearing a lot about that.
And we'll be hearing about Ghana.
From the Ghanaians as well.
From the Ghanaians
yes,
themselves.
17th century.
17th century, Angola, Queen Nzinga. Matumba was one of Africa's most powerful, resourceful monarchs. We can't forget the women, right?
Of course.
Gotta give love to the women, right? Using her advanced military knowledge to protect people from the Portuguese. So we're recognizing her as well.
Jamaica.
And we're gonna keep going until we gotta stop, y'all. So Jamaica.
Well, nobody's told us to stop so far, so we're gonna keep going. We got Jamaica.
Yeah, I mentioned Queen Nani. Who really was a Maroon chieftain, a leader widely beloved, you know, and the Maroons were escaped enslaved Africans who established self-sufficiency, really sort of fighting against Spanish rule. So she was a prominent figure and widely recognized the Maroons. And y'all now, I get to my peeps.
That's right. That is
Shout
right.
Shout out to my Haitian people.
1804.
Historic figure. Storied figure. And I always say, you know, I come from a non-academic background initially, and so the way Haiti has been in the media, in my opinion, often vilified, right? So I come to the world of academia, and I realize it reinforces what I learned as a child, how beloved Toussaint Louverture is, how renowned he is, you know, as the great general liberator of the Haitian people who decided, rather than to live in bondage, to free themselves, self-determination, becoming the only enslaved nation to have basically fought and won its freedom at the hands of the colonial powers. So I couldn't miss that one.
And so many see that
others
as a model, really.
As a model, absolutely as a
Haiti.
model. And we'll get to hear more about Toussaint Louverture in Haiti coming up later in the next hour.
We're going to be in Europe.
Yeah, we're going to be in Germany. Germany, shout out to Germany. So they are back this year for the 3rd year of participating in the Read-a-Thon. So
we appreciate
you, Germany. Thank you for always
coming
through.
To
go to Germany, so we should go visit. Go to Mainz. And the United States again. And I have to like take a beat and really talk about the Great Migration, right? So this partnership with Georgia Public Broadcasting really fueled by this documentary, this 4-part series by your good friend, Skip Gates, to talk about the different waves of the Great Migration. The first wave beginning at around 1910, right? Where approximately 1.6 million Black Southerners moved to the North to protect themselves from violence and Jim Crow laws. And so really, there's so much, right? I can keep going on and on and on and on.
Well, we got 4 hours, but we're not going to give you all 4. Yes.
Good to be back with you.
It's so wonderful to be here. Edwige, thank you so much for your personal stories, and we're all going to share our personal stories, and this is an important time to do so.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now to our community engagement event. It is in the lobby of the GPB studios. I guess it's one of the perks, right, of partnering with this broadcasting giant. We're going to go to our first ever Global Read-a-Thon correspondent, Nesta Lumpkin, dear colleague and friend of mine as well. Nesta, right? Take us behind the scenes.
Suzanne.
This is an amazing event, and it's a very special center. Can you tell us about it?
We are having so much fun. Right now, we are having representatives from the Caribbean do a fashion show and showcase the carnival outfits that you typically see on all the islands, especially Trinidad. Right now, I have Amanda Densmore with me. She is the Director of Community Engagement here at Georgia Public Broadcasting. Now, Amanda, this is your first time joining us, being a partner for our Global Read-a-Thon, marking Black History Month. We want to thank you so much for joining us and for making this event that much more special. We have organizations representing different cultures from Africa and different parts of its diaspora. So tell us, why did you want to be a part of it?
Yeah, thank you so much. We're so happy that they're part of it and that you're part of it. So really, Georgia State came here and they wanted to produce the Read-a-Thon, and so we're like, let's celebrate this even more by like coming together with GPB. We brought a lot of organizations, and this was a great time to come in live because we just heard from a great performance. And yeah, we're also celebrating the Henry Louis Gates docuseries, Great Migrations. So it was like a great way to celebrate migration and the African diaspora.
So our theme is Roots, the Journey of Us. So you mentioned the Great Migration series that you've been running all month this month. And so tell us more about that and how it aligns with exactly what we're doing. We're showcasing people's roots and them getting to know their backstory.
Yeah, exactly right. It's Roots, the Journey of Us. And Great Migrations isn't just about the Great Migration right after the Civil War. It talks about the Great Migration and then them coming back down south, and then the migration from the different Caribbean islands and Africa to America. So it's really spans a long history. Henry Louis Gates did a great job. It's a 4-part docuseries. You can watch it now on GPB Passport and stream it online.
Awesome. So people are getting to know more about their backstories, and you've opened that opportunity up for visitors from the local community. They're here. You have various organizations around, and they can learn about their genealogy. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a great lineup of partners that came together to make this event bigger and better. We have the Caribbean Association of Georgia that did a lot of performances. They also have a table of information. We have the Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society, where you can learn more about your roots. We have the Auburn Avenue Research Library. It's great.
Thank you so much for partnering with us, and we hope this collaboration lasts. Suzanne, back to you.
All right, thank you, Nessa. We're going to catch up with you later as well. Now to my one-on-one interview with Benin-born two-time Oscar-nominated actor Djimon Hounsou. Well, you know him from the critically acclaimed films like Blood Diamond, Gladiator. Most recently, you saw him star alongside Lupita Nyong'o in A Quiet Place, Day One. Well, since making his acting debut in Amistad, Hounsou he's taken the world by storm. He has no plans of slowing down. And I actually got a chance to catch up with him from home after a busy day of work and kids and all that. We know how that is. We started our conversation talking about his first major film role, the one that catapulted him onto the global stage. Watch. Tell us about Amistad. What was that experience like for you? What did it teach you?
To play that role, to play that character was an amazing experience.
I will call into the past and beg my ancestors to come and help me, for at this moment I am the whole reason they have existed at all.
I felt like I was possessed. I have done a number of research about Amistad and my character Sinke. All those research led me to really feel profoundly connected, and in some ways the connection was a little bit harmful. I had dived into it so deep that I have, and also this was my first leading role. It would almost feel like I had lost myself in the journey of making this film and telling this story.
I understand that it was many, maybe months that you wouldn't even watch it, right? It was that powerful and that painful for you.
It was very painful to a point where I did not care to visit, or to relive the film.
Let's talk about the healing that needs to take place, because I know the 1619 has a very special meaning to you and your foundation, and the race that you do in Richmond, the 1619 run. Explain a little bit about what that is about.
It's really about the need to heal the wounds of slavery. 1619 marked the year when so-called 20 and odd Negroes landed at present-day Fort Monroe in Hampton, Virginia, and those few Africans were traded for food specifically. And interestingly, that led into what we would call today the transatlantic slave trade.
Why did you decide to establish a foundation based on 1619?
When I first landed in California, quickly I felt compelled and felt organically connected to African Americans.
Were you accepted or not accepted? Did you feel
not accepted, not accepted, not accepting and not connected in a way, because I felt very different to African Americans. My way of speaking was quite different. And the setting and the environment is all different. And so here I am, and also the fact that I didn't speak English when I first came to America. So that was another challenge in connecting with people. So I felt a tremendous void, and the lack of connecting with Afro-descendants. And so that felt very disturbing for a long time. And I mean long time, and it took way beyond the fact that I did Amistad. It was like maybe 20 years later.
And why do you suppose it didn't happen?
The reason why it didn't happen is a lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge, lack of awareness, of who we are. Because if you don't know where you come from, you would not know who you are. You may do well for a brief moment, because it's only going to last a brief moment when you don't have stability, you're not grounded. Your culture grounds you.
In hopes of building deeper connections with people, Djimon Hounsou, he launched the Djimon Hounsou Foundation. It's a nonprofit. It's dedicated to reconnecting the African diaspora with the motherland, Africa, while also fighting modern-day slavery and human trafficking. Well, join us, our friend of CSAD, Djimon Hounsou. Thank you so much. You allowed us time between taking care of kids and busy schedule. Your projects and your foundation do incredible work, and we have seen it grow over the years. 1619, enrichment in that run. You have invited people from the United States, African Americans, to participate in an exercise that we really haven't seen on this scale, really getting in touch with their roots and their ancestors and their stories. Can you tell us, why did you decide to do that? What is the impact?
Well, 1619 marks the year when so-called 20 and odds Negroes landed present-day Fort Monroe in Hampton, Virginia. So Virginia is really the cradle of the history of America. And 1619, well, I have this, my foundation has this program which calls Africa Reconnect. And Run Richmond 1619 is one of the programs in which we're trying to reconnect the African diaspora to the motherland, to its historical ancestral roots, and trying to champion this idea of reconciliation and healing. There's a need for tremendous healing in about the transatlantic slave trade. And specifically, Richmond, Virginia is almost like the pilgrimage for Black folks. We are a spiritual being. Keep that in mind. We are a spiritual being living in a human form, in a human body. So therefore, it's absolutely crucial that we embrace this idea of healing and bringing about healing within the diaspora, within the continent as well. This is something that was very difficult to digest when I came to America, having to experience slavery through making this film about Amistad, called Amistad. And it was a life-transforming experience. It was such an amazing, transcending experience. And to this day, I still have to live through some of the retribution of what that transformation brought about. But it was unbelievable to have left the continent of Africa, raised in Europe, and then finally come to America and to discover my history, the history of my continent, from being in America.
I know that it's extraordinary, the journey that you've made. You've lived in 3 different continents, and you and I talked, and I know there was some disappointment, really, about descendants of Africa, how little we knew about our own history and the connection there. How do you, because you talk about healing and reconciliation, but how do you take away a little bit of that? We internalize the shame sometimes, right? And maybe we create distance from our history in some ways. And in other ways, we're not given our history. So how do you approach us? How do you approach African Americans and say, hey, it's okay. It's okay to, to take on that pain?
I think it's a tremendous lack of knowledge, the problem that we're having, and the lack of a connection that we're having to deal with. It comes from a lack of knowledge. It comes from a lack of awareness about who you are and where your history began. Your history didn't begin in 1619. Your history, your roots
were way, you know, again, way, I mean, we were the first people. So therefore, everything, you represent what humanity is today, you know. And so, having come to America to learn about the history of the continent of Africa, you know, of my own history from where I was born, and I walked some of those sandy beaches that the slaves took before coming here, and I had to come to America to learn this, you know. And I think when you embrace that history and you come to understand a thing or two about yourself, because if you don't know where you come from, you will not know who you are. It's impossible.
Did you not know about the history of slavery when you grew up in Benin?
Not in depth. It was very vague and very, very, you know, I mean, we sort of like knew and have some understanding that an African American came from Africa. But in what fashion did they come from Africa was not a story that was told, and certainly not told from the point of view of Africans within the continent of Africa, but certainly when you come out, you know, you're now exposed to a number of things. First of all, the environment in which you were born becomes, you almost become like an alien to that environment as well. And then you travel and do as many oceans as you cross, as wise as you get, you know, because it brings tremendous growth, you know. And you come to understand a thing or two about humanity, people in general. We're just a human with different traditions, you know. And that brings the tremendous humility as many oceans as you cross.
Diamond, I noticed that you're tearing a little bit. What is behind the emotion?
I landed in America and felt the tremendous void, because once I landed here, I felt very directly connected to the Afro-descendants. And that void brought, you know, tremendous sadness, you know, and sadness, and I have a bit of a knowledge about who we are as people, and some of our people, what they have accomplished and, you know, achieved in life. But the indoctrination that I have come to experience in America is somewhat the same. It was kept African somewhat duped, you know, in the level we were. And the indoctrination is across the board pretty much the same. Because the biggest country of Afro-descendants outside of the continent of Africa is Brazil.
Yes.
And then you have America.
Yes.
And Americans are the most disconnected of all its diaspora.
How do we break through? I know we're trying. I know you're trying. And we have things like this to educate, but how do we do it on a mass scale, in a dramatic way?
I think it's it serves for the people to understand their own history and value, and not wait for the government to do it for you. We're still waiting for the state to recognize us. You have to recognize yourself, who you are, embrace your historical roots, and then go to those places in which your ancestors fought so much for you to be where you are today. And that brings tremendous healing. That act will bring so much, you know, soul searching and, you know, soul soothing. And thereby, you know, bring this idea of healing and hopefully reconcile with, you know, because there's this rhetoric in which
yes,
we've, you know, Africans also sold their own people, you know. Regardless, Africa, and if you can look at it now, the continent of Africa and more country after country, they're very, opening up the books for Afro-descendants, whether it's from America or Brazil or anywhere, to look for, another place to call home, and, so many countries are giving citizenship to Afro-descendants.
I look forward to that journey. I've been many times, but not to Benin, where you were raised. So I look forward to that.
It's one of the most important gates, and the biggest slave trader, his castle was right at the port there.
Yes.
And so it's one of the biggest gates. But you have so many gates along the coastline. You have Ghana, which is another one. You have Senegal, which is another one.
Yes.
And so all those gates that really, we need to transform those gates to become a gate of gate of hope.
Yes. Simon, I just admire what you're doing and appreciate it so much. And I know there's so many people who are participating in the run, the walk, and your foundation. So I want to really thank you for making that connection, because I think you have to in order to heal, right? Yes. Healing is so hard sometimes.
Sure. Yes.
Appreciate you.
Much appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to your audience, and thank you to the Center of Studies on Africa and its Diaspora. This is an amazing title that really speaks volume about the vocation of my foundation itself as well. So
thank you. Great. We appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, now to a segment that we are calling Everybody Comes From Somewhere. People.
My name is Camille Vasquez. Yabo Unikbedi.
Jerry Bullock.
Malcolm Brown Achagu.
It's Veronica Pemberton Daniels.
It's Dr. Patrice Little.
Jeanette Brooks.
Wanda Mosley. And this is
My Migration Story.
Where everybody comes from
somewhere.
My name is Camille Vasquez, properly pronounced Bascus, and I reside in Atlanta, Georgia. My migration story is being born and raised in America's finest city, San Diego, California. I was born at a hospital my mom worked at, and never left there as far as living anywhere else. I have a license in cosmetology, but as a single mom in that industry, it was too hard to have a good living to raise my son and be active in all of the things that he would end up doing. So I ended up working in a staffing agency. And once I hit the glass ceiling that I didn't know about, I found myself needing to do something else. And I was already moonlighting in entertainment for several years. Now it's been about 20 years. And because my connection in entertainment ended up moving back here, I decided to take a chance and come out here too. So that's how I ended up here. I had no idea how expensive California was until I left.
And you can share your story with us. Visit csad.gsu.edu to submit your own stories. You can also engage with us on all of the social media platforms. So we look forward to reading many of your comments. Now, of course, if you grew up here in Atlanta, you're definitely going to recognize our special contributor from anchoring news, but also from throughout, the community. She does it all. That role, the anchoring and journalist role, she held for 37 years, earned her a place in the history books, of course. According to GPB, she was the first person of color, first woman to hold a position in Atlanta, Georgia. Of course, the icon, my friend, Monica Pearson. Thank you for being here again.
Suzanne.
The last time, I guess it was last year when we did this together, you said I had to write my own book, my own story. You made me promise to do that, right? I'm still working on it. I haven't really quite finished, but I did start.
You did start. You have an outline at least.
In my head. But I'm trying. Your story, right? So how did you start? Can you give us a little of your journey?
It started with my mother, who passed away in 2016. She grew up not knowing her father because when she was born, she was very fair. And my grandmother, with a lot of Indian blood in her, was more reddish. He was very dark brown. So, you know, who knew about DNA back then? Yeah. So he immediately assumed that this was not his child.
Oh, no.
And took my mother's brother, who looked exactly like his father, to the country in Kentucky. So my mother always grew up saying, I don't know who my earthly father is, but I know who my heavenly father is. And before I die, I would like to know where I came from.
Wow.
So I was doing
Amazing.
a story with Andy Young, going to Senegal, which was beautiful.
Yes,
and I found out later that that's where my father's family came from, was Senegal. And then we did the DNA test.
Oh, boy.
And we found out that on my mother's side, the maternal side, I was from Cameroon, the Bamileke people,
Oh, okay.
who are
the
people who really are the craftsmen, the business people. And it's so funny, I was on a cruise over the Christmas holidays, and on the ship, and that night we had dinner with the purser. And he said that he was from Cameroon.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
I immediately said, well, you know, the Bamileke people. And he all of a sudden got this look on his face. He was Bamileke. We exchanged numbers. And eventually, I am going to go to Cameroon to meet my people. So before my mother died, I was able to tell her that. And it gave her a sense of belonging. And she felt like she was no longer that, quote, bastardized child.
Yes.
That she really came from a strong people, that she really came from people who were intelligent, who were good business people. It made the difference in her life. And I was so glad to be able to do that for her.
That is so exciting. How did you take that? What did it mean for you?
Well, you know, growing up, I was born in 1947, so I've lived through segregation to integration to resegregation to, I don't know where we are right now.
So I would have never guessed that, your age like that. I'm just saying.
But, you know, I grew up in a time where, you know, black is beautiful and all of that, so I was not really surprised. I was glad to know. And then when I went to Senegal and everyone kept speaking to me in French because of my P head, you know, they thought I was Senegalese. And so it didn't surprise me, but it gave me that sense of belonging too, that I wasn't just Monica Jones who grew up in Smoketown in Louisville, Kentucky, but that I had a history and a heritage that I should be proud of. And I wish more people would do it.
Well, that's what I was going to ask next, is like, how do you take that, all that energy, that excitement out of the knowledge, right, that you've learned and your mother learned, and convince people that that is really important?
Because I think a lot of us have been raised to look on our history as being something negative. We think of slavery, and it was horrible. But you also need to remember the people who lived through that and produced us. We're very strong, intelligent, caring people. And that unless you know your history, and I guess we're going to be repeating this all day.
That's right.
If you don't know your history, then you do not know where you're going next. You do not know who you are, and you let other people define you. And that's the problem now. A lot of people are letting other people define them, when if you know who you came from and whose you are, you got it.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing here today.
Yes.
I want you to stand by because I know you're going to read.
And I also want to talk to you about finding your roots.
Oh, boy.
Because you thought you were French.
It's complicated. It's very complicated. Stand by for us. Stick around, and we're going to have more. But now to our award-winning author, Kiese Lehman, who is with us and is able to talk. He wrote the highly praised novel Heavy, an American memoir, the book earning him the 2019 Andrew Carnegie Medal for Excellence in Nonfiction. In 2020, he was honored with the Radcliffe Fellowship at Harvard University, and Lehman is currently professor of creative writing and English at Rice University in Texas. And he's joining us now to talk about his roots and the journey. And I'm so happy to meet you. Last year, I know we talked about your readings, and I've read much of your book. So you are brave, you are courageous. Tell us about how difficult it was to share this personal journey. Why did you write this book?
Thank you. It's so great to be on with you, especially watching you for a lot of my life. I wrote this book because my mother and I just sort of stopped doing the work of love, and my mother gave me like the art of fiction, of writing books and writing essays, and I was in my mid-40s, and various forms of addiction had gotten the best of both of us, and I just wanted to try to use the art she gave me to write ourselves out of that while connecting with the nation, and maybe asking the nation if some of the things that were stopping us from fully loving each other were possibly stopping the nation from fully loving itself.
And tell us, there are many people, who actually, when you write this book and you say this is a journey that, and you allude to the fact that this experience might be more common than people think, that you weren't alone in this relationship and struggle between you and your mother.
Absolutely. I'm a professor. I've been teaching for, really over half my life now. I started when I was like 23. And one of the wonderful things about teaching is that you get to bear like the weight of your students. And, my students would read all of these incredible books, and then they come in my office and talk about things other than the book. And a lot of times, for 25 years, I've had students come in there and talk about family. And really, they don't use this word often, but they're talking about love or the lack of love. And so, I know that I was writing a particular story of a particular relationship, but what I do know is that the content of that relationship is very much American, for better and worse. And it's, it's a shared experience of longing for and needing love, but also being afraid to let people see you.
That's a very scary journey. When we talk about journeys, when we talk about roots, when we look at our own immediate surroundings and the people in our lives like that. And this is the way reading, it connects people, the way literature connects people. Why do you think this has had such an impact, such a wide impact?
There are a few things. I don't think many people were used to Black men or boys writing about their bodies in intimate ways. I don't think if we were encouraged to do that, we weren't connecting our stretch marks or, our once ripped six-pack to what the nation is sort of asking us. And so in some way, I think people were drawn to what I'm doing with body in that book, but also at the root of it, I just think if you're reading this book, you have a mama and a daddy. They may not be alive, they might not have taken care of you, or they did. And I think at the root of it, I think people are really drawn to the way I drew the relationship between my mother and me. I think that is the entryway into heavy. And I think there's a lot of different things that you can find and explore along the way. But at the core of it is this is a boy who loves his mother dearly. This is a mom who loves her son dearly. But something has happened. And can we understand that something? And is it possible for them to love better going forward? I think that's sort of universal, for better or worse.
It's universal indeed, and the book Heavy itself, there were so many different meanings that you used that concept, that word. Do you mind reading a little bit from your book,
Sure.
Sharing with our audience?
Sure, I'll just read the first page.
Okay.
Ben, I did not want to write to you. I wanted to write a lie. I did not want to write honestly about Black lies, Black thighs, Black loves, Black laughs, Black food, Black addictions, Black stretch marks, Black dollars, Black words, Black abuses, Black blues, Black belly buttons, Black wins, Black bins, Black bins, Black consent, Black parents, or Black children. I did not want to write about us. I wanted to write an American memoir. I wanted to write a lie. I wanted to do that old Black work of pandering and lying to folk who pay us to pander, to lie to them every day. I wanted to write a book about our family's relationships to simple carbohydrates, deep fried meats, and high fructose corn syrup. I wanted the book to begin with my weighing 319 pounds and end with my weighing 165 pounds. I wanted to pepper the book with acerbic warnings to us fat Black folk in the Deep South and saccharine sentimental exhortations from Grandmama. I did not want you to laugh. I wanted to write a lie. I wanted to write about how fundamental present Black fathers, responsible Black mothers, magical Black grandmothers, and perfectly disciplined Black children are to our liberation. I wanted to center a something, a someone who wants us dead and dishonest. I wanted white Americans who've proven themselves even more unwilling to confront their lives, to reconsider how their lives limit our access to good love, healthy choices, and second chances. I wanted the book to begin and end with the assumption that if white Americans reckon with their insatiable appetites for Black American suffering, and we reckon with our insatiable appetites for unhealthy food, we could all be ushered into a reformed era of American prosperity. I wanted to create a fantastic literary spectacle. I wanted that literary spectacle to ask nothing of you, grandmama, or me, other than our adherence to a low-carb diet, limited sugar, weightlifting, 12,000 steps a day, gallons of water, and no eating after midnight. I wanted you to promise. I did not want you to remember. I wanted to write a lie. I wanted that lie to be titillating. I wrote that lie. It was titillating. You would have loved it. I discovered nothing. You would have loved it. I started over and I wrote what we both hoped I would forget. And that's pretty much the first page.
It just hits you like bricks. And I honestly, I couldn't put your book down. And I would read it at night, and then I had to put it down because it really was so emotional and so true and so sincere. And so I just congratulate you and thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thank you for this book. Don't make me cry.
I want to thank the Center for Studies of African and its Diaspora for making a space for us today, too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Every year, do more. We're going to have you on every year.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
My grandmother and her siblings were all cotton pickers. They hated that life. They picked up everything they knew and left to the north.
My grandmother migrated to Philadelphia from Eastman, Georgia.
My mother's family migrated to Los Angeles in 1924.
My grandfather, he jumped on a moving train and headed to Kentucky.
I think migration is freedom to Black America.
That decision to migrate was everything. It broadened Black life and what that life could look like. To create a whole new life in these new places is what made the next generation possible.
The African-American Great Migration was, in fact, one of the most significant demographic transformations in United States history.
The music that we associate with America. The food ways we associate with America.
Doc, I got something for you.
Oh man, it looks like it's on a magazine.
The North always had this connotation of the Promised Land. It took on new meaning with the migration.
I have seen this photograph 1,000 times. In every book or essay about the Great Migration, you see this photograph.
There was a very tragic story as to why they moved.
If there's a Black American dream, I think it's to have the freedom to dream. Freedom to imagine oneself and a future for oneself that involves both African Americans and immigrants.
Why is it important for people to understand that Black people came through here too?
It's like affirmation saying, this is our dream too. You don't see that. You don't hear about it.
We are still fighting for visibility around Black immigrants in the U.S.
When did you become aware of the phenomenon of the reverse Great Migration?
You could feel it. If you lived in Atlanta, you saw our population growing year over year, decade over decade, and you realized something was happening.
Movement is a really concrete way of measuring your freedom. Realizing that I can make a choice to pick up and start up all over again elsewhere. If that's not the most transformative decision that you can make, I don't know what is.
So you just saw the trailer for Great Migrations, a People on the Move series. I have watched this. This historical show fits perfectly with our theme, Roots, the Journey of Us. It shows how movement itself plays a major role in the Black experience. Now, according to PBS, the show, led by filmmaker Professor Henry Louis Gates, it explores this transformative impact of Black migration on American culture as well as society. And it also examines the growing number of immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. So the series currently streaming on gpb.org. You want to watch this. It is really fascinating. I learned so much from this. And I know, of course, that you are familiar with the other show that he does. This is an Emmy-nominated series, Finding Your Roots. I was fortunate to participate, to take part in the series. It was an eye-opening experience.
First of all, you thought with the name Malveaux, your parents, everyone thought you were French, but instead you discovered it was sub-Saharan Africa.
We're going to show you a real clip, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
All righty.
Suzanne's father was convinced that the Malveaux name originated in France, meaning that somewhere back in his family tree, a white man of French descent had fathered a child with a woman of African descent. While this idea seemed plausible, we couldn't find a record to support it. So we turned to DNA and looked at Suzanne's father's Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is passed from father to son in an unbroken line, which means it could lead us back to the place where the male Malveaux originated. Are you ready to see what we found?
I want this mystery solved.
All right.
Yes.
So please turn the page. So this test shows where your father's 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 people came from back thousands of years. What's it say?
Sub-Saharan African. That's amazing.
Your Y DNA goes to Africa. Does this surprise you?
Well, yes, because we always thought there was somebody from France.
Which was logical.
That was the story.
Which was logical. Your ancestor was fathered by a black man. And the proof of it is that Y DNA goes straight back to Africa.
Wow. Yeah. That was a story that just kept going.
DNA had answered one question, only to raise another. If the Malveaux male line extended in an unbroken chain back to Africa, when did they start mixing with Europeans? Our search led us to the marriage record of Suzanne's third great-grandfather, a man named Jean-Baptiste Laurent Malveaux.
Can you read whom he married?
Charlotte Rochon.
Have you ever heard that name, Charlotte Rochon?
There's some friends, family friends, who are Rochons.
Yeah, well, they're related to you. Charlotte Rochon is your third great-grandmother.
Wow.
And let me show you what we learned about her.
Okay.
Would you please turn the page?
Sure.
Suzanne, here's the 1850 census from St. Martin Parish. This would have been recorded 5 years after Laurent and Charlotte got married.
Laurent Malveaux, age 46, color black.
Black.
Charlotte, age 38, color mulatto.
That's right. And what's that tell us?
She's mixed.
Ding. Charlotte Rochon had white ancestors.
Wow.
That's quite an experience. But to be honest, why would you not expect you to have white ancestors? Because your features are more white than African American or black.
Yes, and so they actually figured out exactly how much, right? It was 65% European, 34% African, 1% Native American, or Indian, which we did not know. But Monica, I can tell you, it was, this experience on that show, it was traumatic. I mean, it was so emotional. It was a 6-hour taping that we did. 6 hours straight, maybe a little lunch break, right? And just these dramatic reveals that kept coming. So to your point, I suspected, and we knew, that we had European ancestry. So slave owners, that we had African ancestry also, right? So descendants from Africa. We had a line of freed people of color as well. I want to show you something.
Let me help you.
It's called the Book of Life. This is actually what is on the show, what was on the show, and what Skip was doing. And I earmarked a couple of these pages. It's hard, perhaps, for the audience to see, but what this actually reveals, and I want to read this to you.
I've got it.
Okay. It says a Negro man named John, aged about 30 years, with his 2 children, to wit William, a boy aged about 7 years, and Desiree, a girl aged about 3 years, sold to John Moore for $975. So it makes you cry, you know. It's
You're tearing up
900.
now.
Yeah, that's hard, right?
It's very hard.
That's a hard thing to hear.
But there was something else that was
Well, let
hard
me
for
tell
you to
you.
hear, and
Let me
that
tell you.
was your what? Third, fourth great grandfather, who was black and owned slaves.
So these are complicated stories because there were also freed people of color who also owned slaves, and that kind of took my breath away because that too is a part of our history. But then I learned something more, which was that one of them, he purchased a person of color, a young woman, and then he freed her because he wanted to give her freedom, and that was part of his motivation. And they ended up having a relationship later and 2 children who were also freed. And so you can imagine, right, the complexity of all of this coming to light. It was really quite extraordinary. Another thing that we also discovered was that we have Native American, that we have it was from Canada, Quebec, in that area, that we actually traced back to a woman, Exipakinoa, and we had no idea that there was that, Indian ancestry in our line. And another very unique thing about our family was that normally you have that connection and you can see the root, right? The slave root and the mixing. And when those enslaved folks in Louisiana, because that's where they're from, New Orleans is my background. My father, on my father's side, there were 8 generations of freed people of color.
Which is unusual, unheard
very
of.
Unusual,
yes.
Right? Amazingly unusual. And so there's actually a chart that they provided, a genealogy chart, and it was really extraordinary to learn and to see. So we did trace back. I want to show you if y'all give me time.
Sure, go right ahead.
I can show you. Okay, so
there
this is it.
The
this
global.
Is it. So this is how we did it, right? So it traced back to this section: 65 European, 24% African, and then Native American, and then it broke it down amazingly. Okay,
got it.
This is the European. So out of the European, it broke it down to Western European, and then it was Italy and Greece, and then you can see how that was broken down: 14%, 37%, and then here was the African ancestry piece, and so Mali, 12%. Benin, which is why I was mentioning that to Jaimin, because he's from Benin, was 6%, Cameroon, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, North Africa, and Senegal. And so that was how it was broken down. But our people are from New Orleans, and that's where they thrived and where they prospered.
But I know the one thing we need to remind everyone, it was not just freed people who also owned slaves, but remember, many of us got here because the African tribes who were fighting each other would sometimes sell the other tribe into slavery, not knowing what they were going to, but they did do that. So, Suzanne, like you, I also have my story. I discovered where in Africa my ancestors were from. The revelation happened right here at the GPV studios when I was co-hosting the show A Seat at the Table. So let's take a look. I'm excited because I had this done once before, and all it told me is that my family was from the Bemalike people in Cameroon. So...
Oh, are you really?
Yes, and what we really want to know is which one of us has more white blood so we can really pick on them.
You know what?
Okay.
Always picking on the light-skinned folks.
Okay. This says, aha! Deneen is going to be upset. I'm about 78% sub-Saharan African, with about 72% of that coming from West Africa. I'm 19.6% European, mostly from Northwestern Europe. And I have some Native American DNA as well, which I knew. I'm excited because I had this done once before, and all it told me is that my family was from the Bemalike people in Cameroon. So...
Oh, are you really?
Yes, and what we really want to know is which one of us has more white blood so we can really pick on them.
You know what?
Okay.
Always picking on the light skin folks.
Okay. This says, aha! Deneen is going to be upset. I'm about 78% sub-Saharan African, with about 72% of that coming from West Africa. I'm 19.6% European, mostly from Northwestern Europe. And I have some Native American DNA as well, which I knew.
I love this. I mean, this is funny. This is actually...
It was very funny.
And, you know, people don't know sometimes. You're like, do you have your black card? You know, you don't like, do you belong, right? Is, you know, and how, what percentage, right?
But it was so funny because we just knew Christine was the one who had the larger percentage, and it ended up being me. But the other fascinating part was that for Deneen to find out that most of her heritage was from Africa.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the reaction.
Because she was found literally in a basement, in a basket. So she never knew.
She didn't have any idea.
No.
And her response, her reaction.
Well, she said, I knew I was blackety black.
And you gotta, it's like, what is the criteria for that exactly? Yes. I don't know. Well, it's so, I mean, it's so meaningful. It's fascinating. I wish everybody had an opportunity, a chance to do that. This was my father's passion, by the way. I mean, he did, you remember, obviously, when Roots came out, and everybody started looking into their backgrounds.
But some people were afraid to because they didn't want to know.
And isn't that something, right?
That's a whole other discussion for another day.
Right, the discoveries, the secrets, you know, all of the things that are revealed. It's brave. It's a brave endeavor, right, to do this kind of work, I think. Or to do this kind of work, right? To share our ancestry, our roots, right? Monica,
it's scary.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being so brave with me. I love doing the show with you. Appreciate you. Professor Henry Louis Gates, he's the one who, of course, helped me connect me to my ancestry, provided very valuable insights. And for years, the Peabody Award-winning filmmaker, he has been doing the same for hundreds of people, despite his busy schedule. Filming the next installation of Finding Your Roots, Gates took the time to participate in our Global Read-a-Thon. Check it out.
In 1910, 90% of all black people in the United States lived in the former Confederacy in the Deep South. 90%, 9 out of 10. But starting in 1910, they began to move, first to the north, the industrial north, and then eventually to the west, to LA and to Portland and to Seattle, as well as, of course, Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and New York City. 1910, Harlem, which would become the black cultural capital of the world, was a Jewish community. A very low percentage of black people. 1920, 30% black. 1930, 70% black. Think of the cultural forms that were created during the jazz age of the 1920s. Classic blues, jazz itself, dances like the Charleston, a zillion other cultural forms that were produced by this class of cultures, a mix of cultures of the traditional rural black Southerner in the new urban North. Alain Locke wrote that it was like putting people in a time machine, moving them from the Middle Ages into modernity, and out of that came these amazing cultural forms. Maybe the most sublime art form in the history of the United States. Maybe the most sublime art form ever created in the history of the United States, and that's jazz, which is definitely a product of the Great Migration, or black gospel. Thomas A. Dorsey is living in Georgia. Mahalia Jackson is living in New Orleans. Where do they meet to create this new sacred music form? Chicago. Louis Armstrong goes to Chicago. King Oliver sends a telegram for him. I could go on, but the point is, I wanted to talk about 3 great migrations. The one we all know about, the movement of black people from the South to the North between 1910 and 1970. Then, counterintuitively, the move back from the North to the South.
That began in 1970. Why? The passage of the Civil Rights Act of '64, the Voting Rights Act of '65, the affordability of air conditioning, which made the South livable, and the movement of jobs from factories in urban areas in the North to urban areas in the South. That's the second migration. But the third migration is the most surprising of all. That is the movement of people from Africa and the Caribbean to the United States. Most amazing fact of the series, between 1990 and 2000, more Africans migrated willingly to the United States than came to North America over the entire course of the slave trade. More Africans migrated willingly in the 10-year period between 1990 and 2000 than came to the United States over the course of the slave trade. That's the third great migration, and it was time to tell that story. I love stories. My father was a great storyteller. My mother was a great writer. Her nickname was Pun. My mother used to write the obituaries for all the people of color in the Potomac Valley and the Allegheny Mountains, halfway between Pittsburgh and Washington, where I was raised, where my families lived actually for 200 years on both sides. My fourth great grandparents, 3 sets of them, lived 30 miles from where I was born, which is quite unusual for any family in this country. So I was raised with stories. That was the way that my father communicated, telling stories, cracking jokes, and people in Piedmont like to tell stories. And I've been enamored of stories since, once upon a time when my parents read to me. So my fantasy was maybe I could be a writer like my mother, who was publishing these obituaries in the local paper. Maybe I could be a decent storyteller like my dad. But frankly, I was raised to be a doctor. All smart little black boys and girls were, there was only one choice, which was to be a doctor, a medical doctor. From my mother in heaven, the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and a medical doctor. That was it. And if you couldn't get in med school, then being a lawyer would be okay. And I held on to that. I was pre-med. Even when I got fellowship to go to the University of Cambridge, I still did tutorials in inorganic chemistry and biology, and I was starting one in physics when I decided to come back in the States. It took me till I was 25 when I finally admitted to myself that no, I did not want to be a physician. My brother is 5 years older, and he is an oral surgeon, so he kind of checked that box. All right, so I end up getting a PhD in English literature from the University of Cambridge. Now, on the way to this degree, I happened to turn on PBS, and there's Kenneth Clark doing Civilization. And I look at this thing. I still was an undergraduate at Yale at that time. I was just hooked. I couldn't believe it. The power of storytelling, to be able to narrate an essay about a subject over which he had mastery and about which he was so passionate, to be able to look at the camera and tell people why a work of art was great. If I could do that with Black history, with African civilization, Afro-Latin American civilization, African American history and culture, if I could do that, I would have died and gone to heaven. I wanted that so badly, but it was a secret fantasy. I never told anybody. I didn't tell a girlfriend. I didn't tell my wife when I got married. I didn't even tell myself. And then by accident, it all came possible when a producer in London happened to be watching me I was on a book tour, and I was in London. I was on a late night book show, a book show. And she was watching me, she said, in bed, and she said, that guy can be put in front of a camera. And she wrote to me, not knowing me, not knowing that I'd long had this fantasy. And I couldn't believe it. I was so frightened of this letter, I threw it in the trash. And then she sent me another one. She sent me another one. She goes, I know you're nervous. She flew to Cleveland, where I was giving away a book award. She goes, I know you're nervous. I'm going to raise the money, and you can do it. And we started with a 1-hour series called The Great Rail Journeys. And I took my 2 little girls who were 12 and 14, my mixed-race daughters, back to Africa and rode on trains for 3,000 miles with a BBC film crew. I went to introduce them to their African heritage and to introduce myself, I hoped, to what might be a new career. It was rough going there. I had to learn how to do a piece to camera, which is a stand-up, which is what I'm doing right now. I had no idea how to do it. I actually we were in Great Zimbabwe, the largest structure built by human beings south of the Sahara. And I had put all my notes on 5x8 cards. So they said, okay, you're gonna do a piece of camera. I go, what's that? You gotta look in this camera and you have to tell the story about where we were. So I had these 5x8 cards. I go, the Great Zimbabwe was created in the 14th century. And the cameraman, Graham Smith, is one of my best friends, put the camera down and said, this is the worst piece of camera ever recorded in the history of television. And I looked at my daughters. They were out of the corner of my eye. They lowered their head in shame. You know, I was so embarrassed. It was terrible. And he said to me, why are we here? This is just a big pile of rocks. I mean, who cares about this? I go, pile of rocks? How could you say that? This is the most sophisticated man-made structure south of the Sahara. Racists came here and said that the indigenous black people were too dumb to have created something this sophisticated. It was more likely, and this is true, more likely, this German scholar said, that Martians had landed than that Africans had the wherewithal to create this. And the whole time I'm talking, he's rolling. And when I finished, he put the camera down. He said, Professor Gates, welcome to your new profession. You've just done your first piece of camera. And he taught me, I wouldn't even let anybody else watch me. He and I would go off, which drove the director crazy. And slowly, I learned how to look at a camera and tell this story. And then, once you realize how many people that you can reach making a series for the BBC initially and then for PBS, it becomes a responsibility if you have access to the financing and people are willing to air your programs. So when I was a teenager, I could spot the word Negro on a page of newsprint, just at a glance. The New York Times, the Washington Post, which was one of our local newspapers. Or then it became African American or black. I still can. I could just look at it. I just have a thing about facts concerning the black experience. I have a pretty good memory, which is part of my genetic makeup of the Gates family. My father and brother had perfect memories. And I have a pretty good memory. And so that helps you with creating a narrative that becomes part of a documentary series. So I figure one of the reasons I was put on this earth was to tell the stories of black people. Initially African Americans, and then after we made the series about African Americans, we started making series about Africans, and then one of my most popular series is called Black and Latin America. And we informed the world of the dramatic fact that of the 12.5 million Africans shipped across the Atlantic between the early 16th century and the midway, more or less, through the 19th century, 15% died in the Middle Passage, 10.7 million get off the boats. Where do they go? 95% went south of Key West. Only 388,000 were shipped directly from Africa to the United States, and another 70,000 touched down briefly in the West Indies and then came. All the rest went to places outside of the United States. Jamaica gets 1 million. Cuba gets 1 million. Haiti, 772,000. Brazil, 5 million Africans. So in a way, the real black experience is south of Florida, as it were. So that's my mission, which is to tell the story of my people. I love it. It's been a great privilege and an honor, and I thank PBS every day for making it possible for me and other colleagues like Stanley Nelson or Ken Burns to tell the stories of American history and indeed world history in a very popular and accessible way, but never sacrificing standards, of course.
So we have something exciting that is going on with the community event that I just want to give you a quick look at there. It is a coffee ceremony. It's really kind of interesting to see what is, oh, there it is. I see it there. And it's amazing because it's all set up and it really speaks to, food, drink, culture, art, family. Right? They're setting that up. It's going to be very exciting to see.
From Ethiopia.
Yes, from Ethiopia, which of course we all love Ethiopian coffee. Okay. All right. Lovely. Well, we're going to go back to that shortly. Also, want to bring you something really, really exciting here. We're talking about performers that you, of course, we're going to recognize, I think, our audience as well. So remember, Monica, it was that waterfall scene, iconic scene in the Black Panther with the drummers and everything, and who's going to be the next one, who's in charge. Well, these are the Burundi drummers of Atlanta. And I mean, I can't believe they're here in our studio ready to perform for you. So as you listen, listen to all of this, the beats of the drums. Take note that this is really holds a sacred place for the culture of Burundi. And that is a country in East Africa. So back in the 1800s, Burundi was a monarchy. The drummers performed at royal events, coronations, funerals, things of that nature. So welcome, Burundi drummers of Atlanta.
This is the 3rd annual Global Read-a-Thon, brought to you by Center for Studies on Africa and its Diaspora. Our theme this year, Roots, the Journey of Us, exploring the narratives that shaped moments and movements over centuries. Presenting this year's Read-a-Thon and coming to you live from Georgia Public Broadcasting in Atlanta is award-winning journalist, Suzanne Malveaux.
Welcome back to the 3rd annual CSAD Global Read-a-Thon now, Roots, the Journey of Us. Well, for me, my travels as a documentarian, a journalist, have taken me across the continent of Africa. Early on in my career, I lived in Kenya and Egypt, documenting the beautiful landscape of Masai Mara and the volatile politics of the Middle East. Well, living in Africa gave me the opportunity to feel that sense of connection and community with my ancestors. It was through covering the White House, however, that I got to see a large expanse of Africa's great diversity in history. On President Clinton's historic trip to Africa, more than 1,000 of us accompanied him. His entourage consisted of not only journalists from around the world, but members of Congress, civil rights icons, and celebrities. There were so many of us, some countries did not even have enough hotels to accommodate us, so we could not stay overnight. We had to move on to the next country. We're during President Bill Clinton's historic trip. He issued an apology for the United States' role in slavery and for not doing more to stop the genocide in Rwanda. We also had a chance to meet South Africa's President Nelson Mandela, who gave us a tour of his prison cell on Robben Island. He was actually the second time that I had the honor of being in his presence. We had crossed paths accidentally when I happened to be on the same flight traveling from Egypt to Zimbabwe. It was amazing to meet him and his former wife, Winnie Mandela, on this tiny plane to see the reception that they got in Harare. He had recently been freed and ushered in a renewed sense of hope for Africans and those of African descent in the United States, who looked at the dismantling of apartheid as an extension of a civil rights movement that was now global. Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama also visited the motherland. We spent time in many countries, but for me, standing in the door of no return in Senegal was especially powerful. This is where many Africans were forced from their homes, sent out to sea, across the Atlantic Ocean, to be sold into bondage in the U.S. and other destinations. I imagine my ancestors being in that place. Many of us were overcome with emotion as we heard their stories of pain as well as resilience. It is all a part of leaning into our journeys. Now, here are some fascinating facts about the continent that so many of us call home. Africa is often called the cradle of life, meaning it is believed to be where human life began. According to historians, archaeological evidence suggests that people have lived there for more than 4 million years. The continent is home to 54 countries, making it the region with the most nations and second largest in landmass. According to the World Economic Forum, more than 25% of the world's languages, around 2,000 in total, are spoken exclusively in Africa. When I briefly lived in Africa, Kenya and Egypt, I spoke French, English, Arabic, and Swahili. Now, I wasn't fluent in all of them, but I knew just enough how to haggle at the market, chat with my neighbors, of course, argue with the cab drivers. So another thing that we all love about Africa, it is, well, the weather. Hottest continent in the world, second driest after Australia. It is also incredibly rich in minerals and natural resources, including diamonds, which are famously found in Sierra Leone. And let's not forget the Nile River, the longest river in the world, which also calls Africa home. But what truly makes Africa special, it is the people. More than 50% of the population is under the age of 20, making Africa one of the youngest continents in the world, with many eager for a bright and promising future ahead. Those who visit sometimes get African names or nicknames if you stay long enough. When I lived in Kenya, I had two. One was Nos Nos, which means half-half, because people thought I was half African, half European. Many mistaken me from being from Seychelles. That's a tiny coastal island, and that is really, that blend is quite common. I was also given the Swahili name Anaweza, which means she can do this. Now, if you're just joining us, this year's theme, Roots, the Journey of Us. Our story begins where life itself began, in Africa. The transatlantic slave trade uprooted millions of people, forcibly transporting them to foreign lands, scattered across the globe, subjected to hostility that denied their humanity. According to historians, the slave trade moved 10 to 12 million Africans across the Atlantic to the Americas. In our first hour, we explored the Great Migration, when 6 million African Americans left the South for the North in search of new opportunities and freedom. It's a powerful story, one that we'll continue unpacking throughout our show, so I want you to stay with us. And now, also, we want to unpack some history. Now, there's a team of researchers at Georgia State University. They've been working to uncover the names and locations of more than 5,000 enslaved individuals and slave owners who lived in Georgia before the Civil War. Now, this effort is known as the Data Mining and Mapping Antebellum Georgia Project. It is led by Dr. Elizabeth West and Dr. Joshua Jackson. Well, they're joining Monica now in the reading room to share more about this groundbreaking research. Monica.
Thank you, Suzanne. I am here, of course, with Dr. West and Dr. Jackson. So let's start out talking about why this project is so important, Dr. West.
The importance of the project, to my mind, is that it gets us beyond a long-standing myth that because African-American enslaved people were not named on some of the most common documents that we know, for instance, namely the census report, that because we can't locate them by name in those kind of records, that we can't go back and recreate those individuals, the lives of those individuals.
It's like they didn't exist.
Yeah,
it's right.
It's, you know, we don't know their names, so there's no way we can investigate their lives. And this has been the ongoing presumption in academia and just in, you know, at large in the public.
Well, you know, Georgia Public Broadcasting theme is focused on that Great Migration. So how does understanding the past migrations help us get to where we want to be?
Well, in Georgia, what's really important and that allowed us to do this project is the land. The land in Georgia has been divvied up according to the Georgia land lotteries, and the land lots that we've used since that time, the early 1800s, have stayed the same. We continue to use them in our real estate records to this day. That continuity allows us to track people where they lived with some more precision than we're able to do in other areas. And it allows us to know exactly how and when they might be moving more closely. So that migration for enslaved Africans and for their enslavers, which you kind of have to follow in order to track where the enslaved African peoples lived, is remarkably possible in this state. And we're trying to do that and track those migrations here.
So how do you cultivate estate records, land, deeds, and even slave schedules like someplace in Harris County?
Well, I'll have to give Josh a lot of credit for that. When we first started on the project, we started on it actually not in its present form, but much smaller scale, and that is just looking for an enslaved family in Georgia. And to do that, we had to go to the archives. We had to just research every record we thought might be related, that might give us some information. And what we found, and I'll use Josh's term, because I love that term, you know, we triangulated. There were three main sources that when you put those together, you can come up with some amazing information. So that's where we started. And once we saw what we could do with this single project, we were ready to take off.
Well, quickly, what does this mean? How can this be used for those of us in Georgia?
So what the folks at Georgia State are doing with this is building a database. So the goal for the project is to take maps from the 1800s alongside of 1850 slave schedules and the land records to triangulate exactly where these folks lived. The ultimate goal is to collaborate with other genealogical companies, including FamilySearch.org, who has been a phenomenal collaborator with the project at Georgia State, and allowed the investigators to use those resources that are all digitized to find their ancestors and to create what will eventually become something that many people will be able to plot the locations of their ancestors on maps, ideally. That's the goal. There are many steps that need to take place in order for that to happen, but that's the goal.
That's a great goal.
Yeah.
Well, now we're going to go back to Suzanne. Suzanne, I was thinking, when the drummers were playing, do you remember when in the French Quarter they were not allowed to play drums because they thought they were messaging?
And the language of drums, though, right?
Yes.
I mean, that is the language of Africa, and so many people, they communicated through drums, right?
Right.
Absolutely. It has so much cultural relevance as well. And it's amazing. Like, this whole place was shaking when they were performing. Thank you, Monica. Thank you all. I want to check back in with Nesta. She's at the community engagement event. So, Nesta, I hear you've got somebody special with you?
Suzanne, it truly is an immersive experience here at the Engagement Center at the Georgia Public Broadcasting Building. Right now, you can smell the rich smell of coffee in the atmosphere. We are in the middle of an Ethiopian coffee ceremony, and this is a big part of the Ethiopian culture. So we're getting a little flavor of what happens in East Africa as we learn about culture all across Africa and the diaspora. So I'm with Gannett right now. She is a leader in the Ethiopian community here in Atlanta, and she's gonna tell us a little bit more about coffee ceremonies and what it means for her community.
Okay. Coffee means in our community is every day, in every second, we do this preparation, even in 3 days in a day, in the morning, maybe in the afternoon, in the night time, we do this ceremony. Everything for, even for the wedding part, the graduation, for any event, we do this preparation.
So you're saying that the coffee ceremony is an integral part of your culture. So I've heard, I have Ethiopian friends, and they say in America, when we drink coffee, it's to wind us up. In Ethiopia, it's the opposite. Could you tell us a little bit more about how you use coffee to, expand your relationships with your family? What goes on there?
Yeah, we always drink this kind of coffee. We drink coffee, so we know what.
I see we have a sample here, and I'm so excited to try this coffee. It smells so good. Thank you so much for bringing us. I'm gonna take a sip.
Thank you so much.
You go ahead and take a sip too. And what do you do? What do you do when you do this?
We drink coffee, just not only drink coffee. We talking about work, about anything, yes. We talk each other about work, about anything.
So it's the way to unwind. So let's just go ahead and try this coffee, right? Yeah. This is so delicious. Wow. It's very bold, very rich. Suzanne?
Thank you, Nessa. I love that. I love seeing that. I'm very jealous. I'm just drinking regular coffee. So I want you to bring, or somebody there who's right in the same building, please bring us a little special cup so we can enjoy it as well. Thank you. We want to continue our exploration of the migration journey. Dr. Bridget Blake, a valued friend of the Read-a-Thon who joined us last year, but she is now back to share her migration story, the First Lady of Georgia State University. She hails from Jamaica. Here she is with the story.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bridget Blake, the First Lady of Georgia State University. It is with pleasure that I participate in this year's CSAD's Global Read-a-Thon, Roots, the Journey of Us. As a proud Jamaican American, this theme resonates with me. I come from the land of historic figures such as Maroon Chieftain, Queen Nanny, Marcus Garvey, Bob Marley, among others. Growing up, their stories of achievement filled our homes and were a source of pride. Today, I will read a selection from Claude McKay, a Jamaican-American writer and poet. Claude McKay began writing poems at the age of 10 while living in Jamaica. He emigrated to the United States in his 20s, and his works include portrayals of life during the Harlem Renaissance and feature themes of the fight against discrimination. Influenced by classical and British literature, to me, his words leap off the page and vividly capture his lived experiences. This selection is from his book, A Long Way from Home, Part 1, American Beginning, Chapter 1, A Great Editor. In it, he's working for the railroad in 1918, and he's excited to have recently heard from an editor who may want to publish his writing in the United States. While out on the town, he's arrested for not having his papers. My family having immigrated from Jamaica when I was young, I can relate to the feelings of excitement that come with new places and new opportunities, while treasuring the place you once called home and the feeling of belonging. At last, dawn came, bringing some relief. At 9 o'clock, we were marched to the court, a motley gang of men, bums, vagrants, pimps, and honest fellows, all caught in the same net. The judge handed out 5- and 10-day sentences like souvenirs. When my turn came, I told the judge that my registration card was mislaid somewhere in New York, but that I was working on the railroad, had arrived in Pittsburgh only the day before, and should be working at that hour. I said that nearly every day I was serving soldiers and that my being absent from the dining car that morning would cripple the service because I was the chief waiter and we were running short of a full crew. To my surprise, as soon as I had finished, the judge asked me if I were born in Jamaica. I said, "Yes, sir." And he commented, "Nice place, I was there a couple of seasons ago." And ignoring my case and the audience, the judge began telling me of his trip to Jamaica and how he enjoyed it, the climate, the landscape, and the natives. He mentioned some of the beauty spots, and I named those I knew. "I wish I were there instead of here," he said. "I wish I were there too," I echoed him. I could quite understand how he felt, for who would not like to escape from a winter in steely, smoky, stone-faced Pittsburgh? Turning to my case again, the judge declared that I was doing indispensable work on the railroad, and he reprimanded the black detective who had pressed the charge and said the police should be more discriminate in making arrests and endeavor to ascertain the facts about their victims. My case was dismissed. I seized the opportunity to tell the judge that my dining car, having already left, the local railroad officials would have to send me back to New York and ask for a paper to show that I had been wrongfully detained by the police. Very willingly, the judge obliged me and dictated a statement to a clerk, which he signed. As he handed me the slip, he smiled and said, "You see, I could place you by your accent." I flashed back a smile of thanks at him and resolved henceforth to cultivate more my native accent. So excellent was the paper the judge gave me, I was able to use it for the duration of the war without worrying about a new registration card. Hurrying to the railroad station, I found that my dining car was already gone. I reported to the commissary department. Later in the afternoon, they put me on another dining car going to Harrisburg. The next day, I arrived in New York, and as soon as I got off the train, telephoned to the editor at his office. He invited me to his house that evening. Frank Harris's friendly letter, warm with enthusiasm for my poetry, and inviting me to visit him, was the kind of thing that might turn the head of a young writer bitten by the bug of ambition and sweep him off his feet. But when a fellow is intoxicated with poetry and is yet able to keep a sober head and steady feet to swing a tray among impatient crowds of passengers in a rocking train, he ought to be able to hold himself in under any other excitement. Frank Harris appeared to me then as the embodiment of my idea of a romantic luminary of the writing world. He stirred me sometimes like Byron and Heine, Victor Hugo and Rimbaud. I had read his writings avidly ever since he returned to America during the World War and stamped his personality upon the pages of Pearson's magazine. His pronunciamento when he took over the editorship was impressed on my memory. He had said that the purpose of Pearson's was to reach and discover the obscure talents of America who were perhaps discouraged, engaged in uncongenial labor when they might be doing creative work. I took his moving message personally, for I was one of those talents. Happy Black History Month, and may your journeys be fulfilling.
Thank you so much. We're going to have more on Jamaica later, but staying in the Caribbean, we're going to turn to Haiti. In August of 1791, a young general named Toussaint Louverture led the only successful slave revolt in modern history. He is known as the most prominent leader of the Haitian Revolution. Louverture freed and formed an army of former slaves and deserters from the French and Spanish forces. He trained them in guerrilla warfare, turning them into a formidable force. His actions paved the way for Haitian independence in January of 1804. He inspired millions of African descent to fight for their own liberation and equality. For more about Louverture and Haiti, we want to bring by Zoom Dr. Manoushka Celeste. She is an associate professor of gender and women's studies at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Dr. Celeste, thank you so much for being here with us. This is such an important topic. We really can't overstate the role of Louverture. Tell us how his actions enabled Haiti to do what so many other places and countries could not: protect people's freedom.
Thank you for having me. I always love talking about Haiti, and I think this question helped me go find a historian. I do contemporary work, but I was able to speak to Dr. Icesi today, and she was really helpful in reminding us the importance of Louverture, but also sort of the other folks who were around him and working towards the same gains. And I think a part of what's really spectacular to think about is the will, the audacity to imagine and work towards something that others did not imagine in this hemisphere. And so I think Louverture and along with Dessalines and the other sort of key thinkers and fighters defied Western expectations, right? Of who is human, of who mattered, of who had power. And also, I want to hold up the women who did a lot of the work as well. The great thing about Louverture and the other fighters is they understood the power of the community and leveraged those folks to do the work. It wasn't just you have generals here doing work, and everybody really had to engage in imagining and working towards a freedom that we knew was natural and had to prove to massive, huge powers that that was just the natural state of being human, was that we were free.
And Dr. Celeste, I'm glad you brought out the role of women, because that really is one of your areas of expertise, is the historical role that Black women play. And what was it about Haiti at that time, the place, and their role that made this movement so successful?
Well, I mean, I think Haitian women will tell you we're the most important people on earth. I would say it. We often really in this national context underestimate the historical role that women have played in Black liberation. So when I teach sort of a different class about feminism globally, I begin actually in Jamaica and teach about nanny. And so Haitian women were also a long part of fighting off these massive global empires who are seeking to crush Black folks, but also keep us sort of under their powers. And so again, I'll share the names that Dr. Icesi shared with me: Cécile Fatima, Sanité Belair, Marie-Jean Lamatière, and Claire Heureuse. So these are for the names of some of the I guess architects or grandmothers of freedom whose names aren't named as quickly or as easily as a Louverture or Dessalines. The fact that it wasn't just one group of folks fighting again is why we're able to make this work and continue to make it work, because the lineage of these women continues with hundreds of years of feminist activism and women doing the work of keeping the nation moving forward, and also ensuring and fighting for our freedom, which continues to be a struggle and a fight.
Dr. Celeste, thank you so much. We really appreciate your insights and your expertise and being here and with us on our Read-a-Thon. It's a historic occasion. Thank you so much. And also, we want to talk about Haitian literature and the author of Village Weavers. It's a New York Times bestseller. Her work has earned multiple accolades. Joining us now, Haitian, Canadian, American writer, Dr. Miriam Chansey. And this is a really unique book. It's an excellent book. You take us to Haiti in the 1940s. Tell us why that particular time that you created this setting, that you tell the story of two young girls and their friendship.
Yes. Well, first I have to say it's not a New York Times bestseller. I wish it was. It was a best book of April for Time magazine. But I hope people will go out and buy it and make it that bestseller, perhaps. Absolutely. But it was inspired by the passing of my mother in 2019 and her entire sibling group. So people who were born in Haiti in the 1920s and 1930s, came of age in the 40s. And so I really wanted to create or recreate that sense of Haiti at that time, where we had a World Expo and people came from all over the world to experience the culture of Haiti. People like Dizzy Gillespie, Miles Davis came, Celia Cruz, and our own Martha Jean-Claude became world famous there. So the story tells, you know, the journey of two girls who meet in the 40s in grade school, and then how they will grow up and evolve, having to leave Haiti under the Duvalier dictatorship that begins in 1957. So one will go to France, the other will go to the Dominican Republic, and this tells the story of a secret that broke them apart and then will bring them back together over time.
Tell us about that revelation. There is a secret, and obviously the revelation, you know, to expose, right, to be transparent has so much power, and you use that power in the book to tell that story.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can tell the secret, which is that they share a father. But they are brought up in different households. So one, Cece, is brought up with her mother and grandmother. The other, Gertie, is brought up with the father in a more well-to-do family and are part Dominican. So both children are part Dominican. So the story also enables us to think about the relationship, the uneasy relationship between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And so then they will have to struggle with class issues, colorism issues, issues around gender, in trying to figure out how to come back together, in fact, as sisters over time. But the story is about being more than sisters. It's about being connected through some spiritual quality, which I trace back to the Simbi folklore of the water gods, which they both represent in the novel.
And you have them go to the United States, right?
Eventually
that's where they end up at the end.
Yeah.
Why the United States?
Well, I've ended up here.
Your journey,
you know, in a way.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, you know, I think now we know so much more in the United States about Haitian culture and how Haiti has influenced the United States, not only because of the revolution and revolts, but it affected here, especially in Louisiana. But, you know, the book will take you to Ohio. So Cece at first is in Ohio. Eventually she'll be in Arizona. And, you know, we heard in the last political cycle a lot of conversation about Haiti and Ohio.
Yes.
And this is a way to rethink those relationships. In the end, they will meet in Florida, and there's a large group of Haitians also in Florida. And so I'm trying to demonstrate how Haiti has been part of a larger conversation around Blackness all over the world, whether it was in France during the Algerian resistance period in the 60s and 70s, or if it was in the United States even to this day. So it's really how to think about Haiti in a global context, the way my parents were part of global conversations that we sometimes are not aware of, or not aware that Haiti has really been, and Haitians have been involved in resistance struggles all over the world, not just on the island.
We're so glad you're here. We know that you're going to stick around and read for us.
I hope so.
In the reading room, so we appreciate that.
Thank you for
really
having
look
me.
forward to it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Camille Vasquez.
Iyabo Onikpedi.
Jerry Bullock.
Malcolm Brown Achagu.
It's Veronica Pemberton Daniels.
It's Dr. Patrice Little.
Jeanette Brooks.
Wanda Mosley. And this is
My Migration Story.
For everybody
comes from
somewhere.
My name is Malcolm Brown Achagu, and I reside in Conyers, Georgia. And this is my migration story, for everybody comes from somewhere. I moved to Atlanta on a whim. I actually met my now late husband online and decided that he is the man for me. Never thought I'd ever live in Georgia. Never wanted to live in Georgia. However, he happened to live in Georgia. We got married. I moved to, at the time, Sandy Springs, Georgia, and we began to build our life from there. From moving to Sandy Springs, of course, you never live in one part of the Atlanta area, you move around, and we later bought a home and moved to Conyers, Georgia. Again, never thought, never wanted to, never imagined living in the state of Georgia. But here I am, and I'm a transplant peach. I'm originally from Hagerstown, Maryland. Lived a lot of my life in a small town called Mount Carmel, South Carolina.
Dr. Chancey, she is now in the reading corner with her novel, Village Weavers, the book telling the story of two Haitian families forever connected by their homeland and long-held secrets. These two girls who their bonds refuse to be broken. So, Dr. Chancey, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to read from a section of a novel that takes place in Ohio in 1978 in the voice of one of these two characters named Cece. The moment Simone hears about the starlings falling out of the sky, the common blackbird speckled with golden flecks that descend onto their snowy patio by the dozens after the start of each new year, startling everyone with their liveliness, foraging seeds from bushes and grass, she knows that she has to save herself before she too falls out of the vast world. Weeks into the new year, instead of welcoming back the starlings, Simone watches as a blizzard dumps feet of snow across the region. They stay indoors for several days, waiting for the city's two snowplows, Scott jokes, to circle the outer rings of the urban center where they live. Scott makes a game of shoveling out their front walk with Emma. First, they build a fort, then a snowman. Then Scott carves out a path on the walkway for the mailman from the street to the house. Simone doesn't join them. She watches. On the radio, she hears that the storm killed more than 50 people across Ohio. And though she is warm at home, she withers inside. A seed too long kept underground, wonders if she will be next. Simone has been feeling unsettled for some time, teetering against her will into what seems like a vast, bottomless pit that nothing and no one can save her from, she knows, except herself. Has she the will to do so? When the starlings fail to show, when she hears that they have fallen by the hundreds, dead, straight out of the sky and onto the frozen ground like large pieces of buckshot, and the winter grips the earth and will not let go, Simone takes this as a sign, realizes that she has to pull herself up away from the edge of everything she thinks she knows, back into the land of the living. She has been floating aimlessly for so long within the confines of her marriage, of motherhood, that she has forgotten what it is like to be who she was before, when life would come to her as an expanse like the ocean that lay feet away from the house in which she grew up. She noticed all kinds of birds shortly after she and Scott moved into their townhouse off the beltway that connects the outer reaches of the city to its center, each neighborhood bounded by invisible lines that determine who can live within a particular space and who cannot, some of that related to ancestry, but mostly based on the color of one's skin. Where they settle is a kind of no man's land. This is how Simone describes it when asked. It is desolate, and everyday birds are brown like the dirt that covers the roads each winter, turning the beauty of fresh fallen snow into a mucky curtain of slick mud. The winters are long, gray, and each early spring, as the days grow longer and warmer, she has the distinct sensation that a coal is being removed from around her head, or that she's been keeping herself underwater and has suddenly, but she has been unaware of carrying. Each time she is reborn, it is a condition that affects a larger number of people than she imagines. There is no name for it other than the winter blues. Nothing could be more depressing, but this no man's land is a contender. Even though she left Haiti 20 years ago, she misses almost everything about it. The roosters cry in the yard at the break of dawn, the brightness of sunrise, the brilliant green toddies hopping in and out of trees, the majestic trogons, the light blue swallows with their gray-tipped wings, the high-pitched warblers, the way the light dappled through the wooden shutters in the living room where her grandmother used to take her naps when they were all in school. Translucent pink or green-bellied lizards skittering across the tiled floors in pursuit of flies, the steady rat-a-tat of her mother's sewing machine. Thank you.
I want to go to the community event that is taking place here. It's wrapping up at GPB, and we really want to, the Burundi drummers, beautiful, beautiful, powerful performance that they gave us earlier today. We appreciate them, we thank them, and everyone who made that possible. It is really an amazing contribution to our read-a-thon. Thank you again, and thank you to Nesta Lumpkin as well for bringing all of that to us.
This is the third annual Global Read-a-Thon, brought to you by Center for Studies on Africa and its Diaspora. Our theme this year, Roots, the Journey of Us, exploring the narratives that shaped moments and movements over centuries. Presenting this year's Read-a-Thon and coming to you live from Georgia Public Broadcasting in Atlanta is award-winning journalist Suzanne Malveaux.
Welcome back to the 2025 CSAD Global Read-a-Thon. I'm your host, Suzanne Malveaux, and I'm honored to spend this day with you as we mark the end of Black History Month. So far in the show, we have been exploring the theme of migration, which aligns perfectly with this year's Read-a-Thon theme. We're talking about roots, the journey of us, our stories, right? Beginning where life began itself, Africa. The transatlantic slave trade uprooted millions of people, forcibly transporting them to foreign lands. Scattered across the globe and subjected to hostility that denied their humanity. According to historians, the slave trade moved 10 to 12 million Africans across the Atlantic to the Americas. The Great Migration, Africa's fascinating facts, and now a journey to the places where our ancestors arrived, adapted, built even new legacies. Of course, places like Jamaica, where a great majority of its people are of African descent. So joining me now to dive into the history of Jamaica, Dr. Harcourt Fuller. He's an associate professor of history at Georgia State University. Welcome, of course, to the Read-a-Thon. We really appreciate you. Let's talk a little bit about what happened recently, actually, the former President Joe Biden pardoning Marcus Garvey. Explain what was behind that in the message.
Well, thank you, Suzanne. So Marcus Garvey, who is Jamaica's first national hero, of course, made a name for himself in Harlem in the United States in the 1920s, et cetera. And former President Joe Biden pardoned him, and this came because a lot of people, activists, Congress people, scholars pushed over several decades to have a posthumous pardon for this iconic figure, and finally happened, not long ago.
And why was he so significant? Why was he so important? Because his message was very much a standout from other Black leaders at the time, but he was very well admired, including from Dr. King.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that Marcus Garvey really did was to start this global movement of Black people. His organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, had over 6 million members globally in Africa, in Europe, in the Caribbean, and in the Americas, including in the United States. So he brought Black people together with this message of economic independence, self-reliance, and pride in being African.
And give us an example, if you will. I know that Brazil was very critical at the time, and how does that relate to him?
Well, you know, when you look at slavery in the Americas, you had people usually called Maroons all over the Americas. In Brazil, you have the Quilombo communities, and they had freed themselves from enslavement and existed for decades and even up to a century, if you look at Palmares, for example. And so you had movements of people of African descent, Black people, Africans, freeing themselves before Garvey came along. And of course, Garvey pulled from that history of Black self-liberation, and also he went back to ancient African civilizations to say that we had a history even before slavery.
And why was that so significant when you talk about Brazil?
Well, when you talk about Brazil, you know, we have to remember the atrocities of slavery, the horrors of slavery. We have to remember that families were sold off, families were abused, people were dispossessed of their human rights. And so when enslaved people have to fight for their own freedom and make a living for themselves, that's very significant, and that is a lesson that Garvey and others after him drawed on.
Dr. Harcourt, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we want to hear from some Brazil scholars who are also discussing the books that have had such a significant impact on their communities.
Olá, eu sou Maria de Fátima Conceição, sou psicóloga, sou pesquisadora pelo grupo Candaces da UNEB.
Hello, I am Maria de Fatima Conceição, psychologist and researcher with Candaces at UNEB, State University of Bahia.
Candaces é espaço que inspira acolhimento.
It is with great pleasure to speak about Candaces as a space for academic formation and production. Candaces is a welcoming space that inspires and evokes the force and power of Black women warriors, which is why the group is called Candaces. For this reason, I would like to present the collection by Candaces. The name of the collection is Candaces, Gender, Race, Culture, and Society, Building Networks in the African Diaspora. In the book, I published my first article together with Professor Marcos Aurelio dos Santos Souza, and we discuss institutional racism and psychology. The article discusses the theme of the genocide of Black people, psychology, and the federal and regional councils of psychology. We take a small journey through the history of Brazilian psychology and invite society, and especially professionals of psychology, to reflect on the problem of racism and institutional racism, which we live with every day. In addition to this article, there are many other important articles in the collection by members of the group and other invitees, so please read the collection by Candaces.
Muitos outros artigos importantes aqui escritos por membros e membras, convidados e convidadas do grupo. Então, leiam a coletânea das Candaces.
Oi, gente, eu me chamo Larissa Reis, sou membro pesquisadora do grupo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Larissa Reis. I'm a researcher and a member of the Research Center Candaces at UNEB, State University of Bahia. The Research Center focuses on gender, race, culture, and society. Today, I want to present 3 works that speak to the African diaspora, journeying and our journey. The first work I want to point out is the book entitled Candaces, Gender, Race, Culture, and Society, Building Networks in the African diaspora. It is a book published by ENEB with various chapters by intellectuals from the center and other invited scholars. The book speaks to the experiences and crossings of African diasporic women.
Essa perspectiva da mulher afrodiaspórica e com todos esses atravessamentos. A segunda indicação de leitura.
The second book I want to bring to your attention is Dancing with the Seasons, Poetic Diary of Corpo Morata. It is my first single author book of poetry. The work talks about Black women and all the things that brings us together and differentiate us. It talks about all the places that we gather and what separates us. We are many and very diverse.
Se diferencia, né? Somos muitas e somos diversas. Terceira indicação de leitura.
The third work is called Deo Itapua and the Tales. It is my first Afro-Indigenous children's book. It talks about childhood, about a young Black girl who lives in Itapua, a neighborhood of the city of Salvador, Bahia, and what they discover and preserve about their ancestors. It speaks to our identity and the stories and valorizes our ancestors.
Fala da importância da nossa identidade, da importância da gente conhecer a nossa história e de valorizar os nossos ancestrais, né?
Luz, eu faço parte do grupo de pesquisa Candace, grupo de pesquisa sobre gênero, raça, cultura e sociedade.
Hello, my name is Gaichian Luce, and I am a member of Candaces, which conducts research on race, gender, culture, and society. It is a powerful group of marvelous women, and I feel very proud to be a part of the group and its fight against racism and sexism. Today, I want to call your attention to a book entitled Dear Black Student by Barbara Corrine, a revolutionary Black woman. She is a star in Afro-Brazilian teaching and founded the first Afro-Brazilian school, the Maria Filipa School in Salvador, Bahia, Brazil. In this book, she details her trajectory from elementary school to the academy, including dealing with racism and classism, which we are still encountering today. All Black students in Brazil can see themselves represented in this book because today we still pass through great difficulties confronting racism. We need education and reading to best arm and defend ourselves against racism. So, my book choice is Dear Black Student, published in 2023, and I hope you enjoy it.
É a melhor forma de nos unir, nos defender contra o racismo. Então, está aqui a dica de leitura. Querido estudante negro, esse livro foi lançado em 2023. Espero que gostem.
Okay, so we've traveled around the world from the African continent to the Caribbean and South America, witnessing the incredible impact the Black community has had on those regions. Well, we return to Atlanta now. This is where I am. And this city, of course, I used to live here actually for a little bit, known for its pivotal role in the civil rights movement, often referred to as the Black Mecca. It is a title that's earned through its achievements in education, business, civil rights. Historically, Atlanta has been a magnet for Black migration. Georgia State professor Dr. Maurice Hobson, he's taking us to one of these historic neighborhoods.
We are standing in front of the Atlanta Daily World. The Atlanta Daily World was a newspaper that was founded in 1928 here in Atlanta, Georgia, housed on Auburn Avenue. In 1932, the paper goes from being a weekly paper to being a daily paper, and it was one of the leaders of the Southern Black newspapers. Oftentimes in cities, white newspapers didn't carry Black news, and so Black newspapers became extremely important. The Atlanta Daily World is a significant component to the journey of the African American experience in Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, often known as the Black Mecca. Atlanta's notoriety as a Black Mecca is based on three things: Black education, Black economics, Black political empowerment and electoral politics, and currently Black expressive culture. But right here, right now on Auburn Avenue, what's significant about being here is that this represents the power of Black economics. We are standing on the corner of Auburn Avenue and Piedmont. This is the nexus of the power of the Black community in Atlanta, Georgia. You can see there that that's the Atlanta Daily World. You can see there that that's the Atlanta Life Insurance Company. Here is Citizens Trust Bank. The reason this is important is because all of the buildings or homes or cars purchased or burial plots were insured by the Atlanta Life Insurance Company. The advertisement was through the Atlanta Daily World, the Black newspaper. The financing was from Citizens Trust Bank. This is extremely important in understanding the journey of the African American experience in Atlanta, Georgia. The Top Hat Royal Peacock. This was the nightclub in Atlanta, Georgia for the Black community. The Top Hat was founded in the 1920s. It coincides with what we know of as the Harlem Renaissance. A lot of the major players in the Harlem Renaissance were Georgia born and migrated to Harlem later on. But also this served as the space where Black artists would come and play before Black crowds. In the 1930s, it was bought and owned by a woman by the name of Carrie Cunningham. She bought it because she had a son who was interested in the entertainment business, but he had been somewhat, left out there, mistreated, gotten strung out or something like that. And so in order to keep eyes on him, she bought this club and changed it to the Royal Peacock. The interesting thing about it is in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, during de jure segregation, Black artists would come here to perform before Black crowds. And during segregation, they would come here and rock the house because they knew that Black folk would be in the building. Across the street was a hotel called the Royal Poinciana. And so we start talking about the good time, the fast talking, the brown liquor drinking. When we start talking about, all of the good fun stuff, you see it between the Top Hat Royal Peacock and the Poinciana Hotel. We've talked about all aspects of Black life. Now we're talking about the spiritual and educational component of Black life. We are at Big Bethel AME Church. If you know anything about the AME Church, it's founded in 1804 as a Black denomination that was for Black people, by Black people, a Christian denomination for Black people and by Black people. But Big Bethel AME Church was founded in 1847, and that's at the same time that Atlanta was chartered, but it's also before the emancipation of Black folk. And so this particular church has been a cornerstone in the Sweet Auburn district with other churches, has a credit union, has a youth development center. And the thing about this is that in the basement of this church, the famous Morris Brown College was founded in 1881. And when we talk about the journey of the Black experience in Atlanta, Georgia, you have to talk about spirituality and you have to talk about education. We're here at the park that honors the unofficial mayor of the Sweet Auburn District, John Wesley Dobbs. John Wesley Dobbs was the highest ranking Black Mason or the Grand Worshipful Master for the Masonic Lodge of Georgia, located here in Atlanta. He was one of the founders of the Atlanta Negro Voters League, which was a voting bloc that really pushed and promoted Black ideas and put it into the franchise in terms of politics. But he was also the grandfather of Maynard Holbrook Jackson Jr., who would become the city's first Black mayor. One of the things that's here, though, is that there's a mask in this park, and it demonstrates John Wesley Dobbs' significance in terms of his work as a 33rd degree Mason, but also his role as the unofficial mayor of the Sweet Auburn District. And he's looking back this way, and what you see here is the Interstate 75 and 85 interstate that was passed through downtown Atlanta, passed through the Sweet Auburn District. In the late 1960s, it had decimated the Sweet Urban District. This is where we begin to see the decline. And so through the eyes of John Wesley Dobbs, he is looking at the Eisenhower interstates that really caused real urban decay within the Sweet Urban District. So we're at the corner of Auburn Avenue and Hilliard Street, and what's housed here is the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge and also the Madam C.J. Walker School for Hair and Beautification. These are extremely important institutions on Auburn Avenue because the Masonic Lodge also buttressed the churches, it buttressed the community organizations in terms of making sure that Black communities could eat, making sure that the dead would be buried. They would raise money for schools, they would raise money for libraries. But the Madam C.J. Walker School was necessary in terms of training barbers and cosmetologists, beautification projects and whatnot. Black folk have always been proud. On the upstairs back side of the Madam C.J. Walker School is the WERD radio station. It was owned by a man by the name of Jesse Blyton, and this was the first Black radio station in North America. And so all of the good music, all of the good information that was disseminated to Black communities comes from this corner. So right now, we are on the corner of Jesse Hill and Auburn Avenue at the Butler Street YMCA. This was a Black YMCA that was extremely instrumental in terms of recreational activity, but also political activity. The Butler Street YMCA was so important because it was one of the few all-Black YMCAs during de jure segregation, held a gymnasium, held, of course, a swimming pool, recreational activities. When Black teachers were trying to get their teacher certification, you could rent a cot and spend the night here and take your showers. When the first Black police officers in Atlanta were commissioned, they could not dress at the Atlanta police headquarters, and they also couldn't arrest white people. They dressed here at the Butler Street YMCA. So this is very much an important part of the African-American journey in Atlanta.
Thank you for that tour, Dr. Hobson. We now head to Monica. She's got a special guest with her. Monica, thank you for joining us again.
Thank you, Suzanne. Well, my next guest just returned from a very life-changing journey. Atlanta actress Asante Amakichi traced her roots back to the West African country of Sierra Leone. Now, she met her tribe, the Limba people. Fortunately, a family friend from Sierra Leone was planning a trip home. So in November of last year, Asada jumped on the plane with him and his family, headed to her ancestral home. So we're going to take a look at what your experience was like.
I want to know what the people are known for, like smart, loud, quiet, and like traits.
So you want to know this about them. If you then are quiet people, if you then get sense. Yes.
Yes. And traits.
You see, these people, they are trained on their trade. Huh?
What's the trade?
The trade of this beverage, that is the Poyo.
Yeah.
They migrate because they come here to produce for us palm wine. They are living on that. Yes, and they are very quiet.
Quiet.
Yes, they don't have problems. They don't involve.
Peaceful.
Yeah, they are very peaceful. They are very peaceful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your name? Your name?
Asata.
Asata. I'm Vincent.
Vincent. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you also. God bless.
So, Asada, you found your tribe there, the Limba people,
yes,
which are the original people there. How did that make you feel?
Oh, my goodness. I felt pressure because I was like, I have to get all this information at one time. I have to understand fully who I am as a person of Sierra Leone, you know, who shares Limba ancestry. I have to figure this out. And that was difficult because of the language barrier. And so what I learned is, learning my culture, you learn it through the day-to-day living of being in Sierra Leone, not in one moment at a village.
So how long were you there?
I was there for 3 weeks.
And in that 3-week period, talk about the connections you made with the Bunche?
Bunks.
Tell me about that.
Yes. So there's an island called Bunce Island, and it's a slave castle. So it's where the British slave port was held and where the slave castles are. So Africans were enslaved, brought to this island off of Sierra Leone, and then shipped from there. And this was like around the 17th, 19th century, and then shipped from there to America. So what it represented was that I might be the first person to come back to this island, and that this was quite possibly the last island that my ancestors ever saw in Africa. And it was overwhelming. And interestingly enough, I think I emotionally detached because it was just gonna be too much. I didn't know like how deep the sorrow could get. So I somewhat detached emotionally. But it was nice to be there. There were white butterflies following us around throughout the tour. And I kind of felt like those were my ancestors following me along and just telling me it's okay, you know, just be present with us.
It's interesting you would say that because when I was at Gorée Island in Senegal, there was a room that I kept trying to go into. And literally, I could feel this pressure that would not allow me to go into the room. And I was told later that that had been an area where there were unruly, quote, slaves who were about to be removed from Gorée Island, and that the spirits were trying to protect me. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
But I also wonder, you said that learning about this is different from truly understanding yourself. What does that mean?
So when I got my DNA results, I got them from African ancestry on Kwanzaa. My family and I gathered around. I had taken my maternal lineage testing and found out that we were from the Mende and Limba people in Sierra Leone today. And I got the results and was overjoyed because my parents had always taught me you are African first. Even though you are African American, your identity is African first. And it's your job to figure out what that means. And so when I got okay, Sierra Leone, I thought, that's gonna do it. That'll do it for me. And it wasn't enough. I knew like there's more than just what's in the books and what's in the movies and what I could talk to with someone here in Atlanta. I've got to go to this country and I've got to figure out what that means. And so it's not enough just to get your DNA results. I think you have to go there and experience it and feel that belonging and that acceptance. And it was a full circle moment.
So I kind of have the feeling, Madam Ms. Asade, Ms. Asada, that you will be going back to Sierra Leone because 3 weeks is not enough.
Not at all. 3 weeks goes by quick. So I want to return for my dual citizenship, and I want to close that gap for my family. I want to bring them back. I want for my children and my children's children to never not know where they come from. And that, for me, would be everything. And maybe retire and, like, be on a porch somewhere in Sierra Leone drinking tea and just enjoying my life.
Well, Asada, I hope you get your Academy Award first, okay?
Yes.
Suzanne.
Love that interview. 3 weeks is not enough. No. Got to go back. So returning to Africa, that was the goal of the Ghanaian government when they introduced an initiative called the Year of Return. That was in 2019. Now, this West African nation invited Black people from across the diaspora to come back home. They chose 2019 because it marked 400 years since the first enslaved Africans arrived in Jamestown, Virginia. Now, according to Ghana's Tourism Authority, 1.5 million people traveled to Ghana and other African nations as part of this Year of the Return. Even more remarkable, some who traced their roots to Ghana made it a permanent move, buying a one-way ticket, never looking back. Take a look at their stories.
Modern-day Ghana, busy markets, bustling streets, a nation rich in culture, bold in ambition. It's Ghana's determination and bold moves that have drawn many Ghanaians to return after living abroad and attracted a new generation from the Black diaspora to make Ghana home.
It's wonderful that so many Black Americans are seeing Ghana as a place that they can also call home.
I had never lived in Ghana, but I used to come here all the time when I was a child. And it didn't hit me until I was about 16 years old, like the relevance of my continent or my country, until I actually understood what it felt like to be home.
A sense of this is here, this is the soil, this is the earth that I'm from, and no one can kick me out. This is where I'm from.
Home is definitely Ghana for me. I don't think I'm at home when I'm in the States anymore, but I'm always anxious to get back to Ghana. Ghana settles me. It's the smell in the air, it's the red dirt, it's the fresh vegetables and fruit on the roadside, it's smiling faces, it's the air I breathe, and I know that, yes, I was created to be here in this moment.
Even with that enthusiasm, Ghana has a painful past that still looms large.
My name is Justice Kwabena Akwa. I am a museums education officer. So I work here with Ghana Museums and Monument Board. This is Cape Coast Castle Dungeons. This place dates back to the 17th century.
Along the southern coast of Ghana, two fortresses still stand as symbols of malfeasance and greed.
Today, we shall bear witness to the crimes that was committed against humanity. It's also estimated that this place moved over 50,000 people per year. There were 5 main entry points into the United States from Cape Coast Castle Dungeons. So the entry points were South Carolina, Maryland, Virginia, Atlanta, Georgia, and New York. So this place played a pivotal role during the transatlantic slave trade.
Elmina Castle and Cape Coast Castle were among dozens of slave factories where human traffickers warehoused African captives, sometimes for months, before they were shipped like cargo across the Atlantic.
Whilst they waited, they had to go to toilet right here. They had to urinate, they had to sleep, they had to eat. They had to do everything in these rooms. If you should take a good look on the floor, you find drains all over. These drains were here to carry out toilet, urine, vomit, blood, saliva, tears. Think about this. 200 people in this space for more than 100 years. Because for more than 100 years, this place was emptied, filled up, emptied, filled up. So with time, the drains never functioned. History defines us. It can define us positively or negatively. History is taught differently in classrooms. I've learned some places in North America, they are trying to pass laws to prevent us from, learning this history in school. So without the knowledge of history of the past, especially the one that enslaved you or that colonized you, you keep on living in that past, and it makes my stomach hurt that, we live in the 21st century or so, and still people don't have any idea of what happened to us in the past. There's a disconnect because at a certain point in time, we lived situations differently. You could imagine we are just coming out of colonization just about 66 years ago. Because Ghana is the first black country in Africa to gain its independence from a colonizer. That is how some people see it. But they refuse to understand that slavery and colonization happened to Africans here and Africans at the diaspora for over 500 years. So when slavery was stopped in the Caribbean, the West Indies, we had another issue here with European imperialism and colonization, where we never studied or learned anything about ourselves. They never taught us about the transatlantic slave trade. This is what our ancestors had to deal with. And the unfortunate thing is they did not deal with this for just 10 years or 50 years. They had to deal with this situation for more than 400 years.
They were scattered across the world, but today, their descendants are honoring their memories.
I get asked very often, do you think you'll ever move back to the States? I don't see it. Jesus would have to descend at the end of my bed with the archangel and say, Michelle, I want you to move back to, and I would go, must I? Peace can only be found when you're where you're supposed to be.
Without history, we keep reliving the past. We must learn. We must remember to tell the truth. That's why people are coming back, to reclaim, to heal, to build.
When you're a Black American, you know, we grow up hearing about slavery. We read it in history books where it's very whitewashed and dumbed down. But until you come here and you stand on the shores where your ancestors were physically taken across the ocean, I don't think you really get it. Like, you don't get where you came from. And then even when you come to Ghana, it's like you're not really sure you came from Ghana. You just know that your ancestors were forcibly crossed the shores. And so I think that every Black person needs to come to Africa, period, for the birthplace of your ancestors.
I do tours to Ghana for select groups. And one of the things that we do is, of course, we trace the history of the slave trade, but then we go and see when we were kings, because it's important to have the balance. And I believe that. I remember when I lived in America, Black Americans would say that Africans and West Indians were arrogant. And I would say, no, they're not arrogant, they're confident, because they've seen Black leaders.
Before slavery happened, there was a people, there was a system, there was a history there. And we all draw from that. And that helps to maintain our culture, even in the moments where, again, people try to take away identity, try to make sure that we aren't seen in the way. It's a way that our resilient spirit still comes through in everything that we do.
Africa is the new adventure. Africa is the new frontier. And I feel the African Americans should be coming east. This is where, if they even think it, they can do it.
Now, what are we doing as African people? Africans of the motherland and Africans across the Atlantic. That is, it's time for us to come together.
And now, the narratives of Ghanaian writers infused with their history, journeys, and their roots.
Hello, my name is Na Ashoko. I'm a Ghanaian journalist and theater director and actor. Today for the Global Read-a-Thon, I'm going to be reading an excerpt from Amma Ata Edu's book, Anoa. And I'm so honored to be reading this today because I have had the privilege of acting in The Dilemma of a Ghost. I played Eulalie. Here goes. I remember once, I think I was very young then. Quite young, certainly. Perhaps 8 or 10. Perhaps I was 12. My grandmother told me of her travels. She told me of the great places she had been to and the wonderful things she had seen. Of the sea that is bigger than any river and boils without being hot. Of huge houses rising to touch the skies. Houses whose foundations were wider and bigger than the biggest roads I had ever seen. They contained more rooms than all the homes I knew put together. Of these houses, I asked, tell me, Nana, who built the houses? She said, why do you want to know? The pale men. Who are the pale men? I asked. You ask too many questions. They are the white men. Who are the white men? I asked. A child like you should not ask questions. They come from far, far away from beyond the horizon. Nana, what do they look like? I asked. Shut up, child. Not like you or me. she said. But what do they look like, Nana? I asked. Shut up, child, or your mouth will twist up one day with questions. Not like you or me. Yes, like you or me, but different. What do they look like, Nana? What the devil has entered into you, child? As if you or I were peeled off our skins, like a lobster that is boiled or roasted, like, it's not good that a child should ask questions. Nana, but why did they build big houses? I asked. I must escape from you, child. They say they built the big houses to keep the slaves. What is a slave, Nana? Shut up. It is not good that a child will ask big questions. A slave is one who is bought and sold. Where did the white men get the slaves? I asked. You frighten me, child. You must be a witch, child. They got them from the land. Did the men of the land sell the other men of the land and the women and the children to the pale men from beyond the horizon who look like you or me, peeled like lobsters, boiled or roasted? I do not know, child. You are frightening me, child. I was not there. It was long, long ago. No one talks of these things anymore. All good men and women try to forget. They have forgotten what happened to those who were taken away. Do people hear from them? How are they? Shut up, child. It is too late, child. Sleep well, child. All good men and women try to forget. They have forgotten. But have we forgotten?
My name is A.C. Sutherland Daddy. I'm a professor of African Studies at the Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana, specializing in African literature and drama. I love teaching about African women writers from both the continent and the diaspora. Today, I'm privileged to read an extract from the book entitled Abebu, He, She Who Has Returned, a 21st century anthology of African diaspora returnees to Ghana by Sister Imakus Njinga, and I'm taking an extract from chapter 19 entitled Returning Home Ain't Easy. I'm extremely grateful for the blessings that have been bestowed upon my family and me. I have really made it. We made it. We've come home, and there's no disputing that. In fact, in August of 1998, for the first time in the history of Africa, Ghana held the first Emancipation Day observation in which she welcomed and accepted back the remains of two of our ancestors, Samuel Carson, who had been enslaved and died in America, and 300-year-old Sister Elder Crystal from Jamaica, West Indies. As part of the celebrations, a group of students, they are professors from Southern Illinois University at Carbondale, several friends, and myself traveled to the upper eastern and northern regions of Ghana following the slave route trek of our ancestors. We went into the caves that had been the hiding places for our people trying to escape slave raiders. We visited the slave markets of Salaga, where our people were chained to trees in the hot sun and sold to the highest bidders. We visited the deep forests, jungles, and touched the walls of resistance, as I call them, which were built around villages and farmlands to protect inhabitants from slave raiders. Additionally, we visited Sandema, where the oldest traditional ruler in Ghana, who was 115 years old, who had been on his skin. That is, in the south of Ghana, the traditional rulers sit on stool. In the north, they sit on the skin. For 67 years, since 1931, he spoke to us. The knowledge of one another is what will bring us together as a people to bring our common world. and your short visit should not escape your knowledge of our forefathers. I'm so sorry that you're not staying longer so that we could share other important information with you, so that you could learn more about the people who defeated Babatu and the other slave raiders. The remains of Babatu's weapons are still a testament here of Bulsa lands defeating him. If I die today, I will be happy, for I have had the opportunity to share the history of our people with you. I am the oldest and only surviving son of my father, who disclosed to me where to find the instruments of war used to take our people away. I'm happy to see all of you, descendants of our ancestors. You are welcome back home. We also had the opportunity to meet and share the history of our people with the descendants of one of the notorious slave raiders, Babatu, in Yendi. For me, all of this was significant, for as long as I have lived in Ghana, I had not experienced the history of our people any further than Kumasi. I learned the total picture couldn't be drawn just in the dungeons alone. We have to go further. In the north, I saw my people. I felt their pain. I felt their strength, and I had finally come home. This had completed for me the full circle of my return. As I stood in the waters in front of the Cape Coast Castle dungeons, waiting to receive the remains of my ancestors being returned home from Jamaica and the United States, returning through the door of no return, which has now been renamed on the outside of the castle dungeon, Door of Return. I realized that the circle had in fact been completed and that Ghana had taken a bold step when she stood up on the world stage and claimed that we as Africans living in diaspora as a result of the greatest Holocaust known to mankind had the right of return to our motherland, Africa, for we have come home. Returning home ain't easy, but it sure is a blessing.
I have had the opportunity to visit Ghana 3 times. Each time, I walk away feeling inspired by what that country has to offer. Well, now back by popular demand, Germany. Students, faculty from the Obama Institute for Transnational American Studies at Johannes Gutenberg University in Mainz. They are joining us once again this year. They have been with us since the very beginning. So we are very grateful to them for their continued support. Today, we're honored to have faculty member and dear friend of the Read-a-Thon, Dr. Mita Banerjee, joining us live from Germany. It's already, what, I guess after
yeah, it's 10 o'clock at night.
10 o'clock. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Well, thank you. Thank you. Have some tea. Stay up with us a little bit and tell us. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. Right, and we're doing this together, third go round. Tell us, first of all, the Transnational American Studies. What does it entail for those who don't know what this Obama Institute does?
I mean, so we founded the Obama Institute in 2017, and the idea was really to say the image of the U.S. that actually the Obama family stands for is a U.S. that is bound up in a global space that has many transnational connections. So with both Barack Obama, but also Michelle Obama and his Barack Obama's sister, Alma Obama, who's a Germanist, right? And who came to our institute actually to speak to us. So the idea was very much to say, you know, the U.S. as we know it is bound up with the rest of the world. I mean, U.S. culture has so much of an impact on the rest of the world. So our work has really been transnational. So my colleague, Professor Alfred Horner, had this vision that we should found an institute in Germany to talk about how the U.S. is bound up in a global context. And it's been really inspiring to our students because most of the work that they're doing is comparative, right? So they're comparing, for instance, Black German communities to African American communities. So this has been, you know, a very vibrant space for us.
It's so unique. I think a lot of people really have questions about the connection there. It's the connective tissue, right, with the African diaspora. And you reveal, and other scholars talk about it, the fact that there's not even a word in German for race because of the history, the volatile racial history in that country.
I mean, the idea, you know, what Germans have learned, you know, from the Second World War, that after the Third Reich, we should never again use the word race, right? Because race was tainted by what the Nazis did. So then, the sort of outcome of that has been that now we don't use it anymore. It makes you cringe when you use it in German. So now, but then people of color have said, if you can't use the word race, how can you resist racism? If you can't even say racism, if you can't say race. So then our sort of workaround has really been both actually in everyday life, but also in academic writing, that we're using the American term, right? The English term, we're saying race, even in a German language text. And that has been, both empowering because we're saying that gives us a language to talk about racial issues, discrimination, but also racial pride. But it's still sort of a detour. So this is something that we're working on, actually in conversation with the U.S.
It's so fascinating that you're able to do that. The so-called workaround, as you say, I mean, acknowledgement, information, freedom, it's all tied together. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And I want to take our audience to the production now from Germany.
Stories also help us to create bridges between people and to create a common ground where people, regardless of their nationality, culture, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or skin color, can come together and have a fruitful and constructive exchange of ideas. So that's where I think lies the potential of stories of migration.
For me, migration and roots go hand in hand. When I think of migration, I also always think of returning, and that you don't always move in one direction. It really is more of a circle that always ties you back to where you started, the people and places and cultures that shape you. I think in sharing our stories, we allow ourselves to become more than just statistics. We become people who are whole and complex and deserving. We all have stories that deserve to be told, and in telling them, we begin to understand the world and each other in ways that only make us stronger, more connected, more human.
Sharing stories, it's as old as humanity itself. It's what sets us apart. When we tell our stories, we share more than just events. We let others see us as we truly are. The stories of migration especially hold incredible power. They reveal the person behind the label, the person society sometimes see as other, as a danger or even a threat. But when we hear their stories, real, personal, human stories, we shatter those myths.
My name is Mita Banerjee. I'm a professor of American Studies at the Obama Institute here in Mainz. And the book I would like to read from today is Roots by Alex Haley. And actually, one of my first childhood memories is I'm still a young child, and my mother is sitting in the living room, and she's watching the first time that the television series Roots has been released on German television. And she calls me into the living room, and I remember this moment. And she says, Mita, this is the story of the African American people. And there was such pride in her voice, and I couldn't place it. I didn't know why that was so important. And now looking back, I realized that, so when my mother married my father, nobody had ever heard of, a white German woman marrying an Indian man. So mixed race marriages were very uncommon. When my father married my mother, half the neighborhood of my grandfather in India stopped speaking to him, and so did half of the family. And so for my parents, they had no script of how to raise me. And so talking about the US became a way to sort of invent this script. And that's why, Roots, has so much meaning for me. And so this is a passage that I want to read from the beginning of the book. By ancient custom, for the next 7 days, there was but a single task with which Omoro would seriously occupy himself, the selection of a name for his firstborn son. It would have to be a name rich with history and with promise, for the people of his tribe, the Mandinkas, believed that a child would develop 7 of the characteristics of whomever or whatever he was named for. Omoro then walked out before all of the assembled people of the village. Moving to his wife's side, he lifted up the infant and, as all watched, whispered 3 times into his son's ear the name he had chosen for him. It was the first time his name had ever been spoken as this child's name, for Omoro's people felt that each human being should be the first to know who he was. The tang-tang drum resounded again, and now Omoro whispered the name into the ear of Binta, and Binta smiled with pride and pleasure. Then Omoro whispered the name to the Arafang who stood before the villagers. The first child of Omora and Binta Kinte is named Kunta, cried Brahma Chezi, and everyone knew it was the middle name of the child's late grandfather, Kairaba Kunta Kinte, who had come from his native Mauritania into the Gambia, where he had saved the people of Jafura from a famine, married Grandma Yaisa, and then served Jafura honorably till his death as the village's holy man. One by one, the Arafang recited the names of the Mauritanian forefathers, of whom the baby's grandfather, old Kairaba Kinte, had often told. The names, which were great and many, went back more than 200 reigns. Then the Jaliba pounded on his tang-tang, and all the people exclaimed their admiration and respect at such a distinguished lineage. Out under the moon and the stars, alone with his son, that 8th night, Omoro completed the naming ritual. Carrying little Kunta in his strong arms, he walked to the edge of the village, lifted his baby up with his face to the heavens, and said softly, Fent keling dorong le guarata ke itete. Behold, the only thing greater than yourself. I'm wondering whether my work at the university as an academic goes back to this first moment when my mother, talked to me about roots, which I didn't understand at the time. Because in Germany, even today, it's impossible to say the word race. Because of Germany's history, we cannot use the term race in German. So when I write about race in Germany, I use the English term, race. And so in a way, the only possibility we have to speak about race in Germany is through the US. So we borrow the vocabulary from the US to talk about Germany. So my work is in Asian German studies, and it's in Black German studies. So we need sort of the fields of African American studies, of Asian American studies to talk about Germany. And even if these concepts have not yet taken hold in Germany, it makes me happy just to know that they exist somewhere in the world.
Hello, my name is Sonia. I'm assistant professor at the Obama Institute for Transnational American Studies here at the University of Mainz. I'm a lecturer and academic advisor as well in our Bachelor of Arts and Master of Arts and in the education programs. In my research, I'm currently working on a book project on intercultural identity negotiations in African American and Native American literary and cultural productions such as autobiographies, novels, essays, and plays. But I'm also interested in migration narratives in the context of transnational American studies with a focus on contemporary narratives, documentaries, life writings about migration to and from the Americas, to and from Europe. This year's topic, Roots, for the Read-a-Thon, I selected Pauline Marshall's novel Praise Song for the Widow, which is about the middle-aged, upper-middle-class elderly woman, Ava Tara Johnson, short Avi. She's from New York City, and at the beginning of the novel, we find her on a vacation cruise, on a cruise liner with her two friends to the Caribbean. She's done this vacation tour several times already, but this time something's different. She has a dream, almost like a nightmare. Her great aunt appears in that dream and tries to talk to her, and she wakes up the next day, packs her bags, and leaves the cruise and her friends. She then finds herself on the very small island on the Grenadines. She eventually encounters and joins an annual excursion to the small neighboring island Carriacou. On Carriacou, she meets the old man Joseph, who's like an ancestor, but also like a trickster figure. And he eventually reintroduces her to the African, the Caribbean, African American, African Caribbean cultures of her great aunt Cuny, whose stories about flying Africans she already heard as a child when she visited her great aunt. So this story of the myth of the flying Africans is that a group of Igbos who were brought as slaves via the Middle Passage to the Caribbean, in some versions to what is now the US mainland, via the Middle Passage. When they arrived there, they took a look around and then decided to walk back, fly back over the water to Africa. This was a story that her aunt used to tell her, take her to the Igbo landing in the place in South Carolina where her great aunt lived. So she's reminded of this story. She remembers the summers with her great aunt, and here on the small island of Carriacou with Joseph and his daughter, she is reintroduced to a community of African Americans, African Caribbeans who remember the dances, the practices, and do this ring shout as a cultural something as cultural commemoration. In the novel, we can say that A.V. Johnson's journey is eventually two or threefold. So she takes the journey to the Caribbean, first as a tourist via the cruise liner, which symbolizes her materialist lifestyle that she acquired together with her husband, Jerome Johnson, who deceased a few years prior to A.V. taking the journeys with her friends to the Caribbean. Their social upward mobility is represented, for example, by the family's move from a small, damp apartment in Harlem to a representative family home in New York, North White Plains district. And this comes at the cost of leaving behind blues, jazz music they used to play, the entertainment they used to enjoy with their friends, and the whole community that they used to experience when they were living with friends and family in Harlem. So many decades have passed eventually, right? The couple starts young in Harlem, working their way up. They have achieved a lot of financial stability, security. They have sent their daughters to college, but they're kind of stuck in that upper middle class, very materialistic lifestyle. And so here, this is like the physical journey that A.V. Johnson experiences, going to the Caribbean, starting as a tourist, but then becoming someone more like who's a friend, a visitor, a relative almost to Joseph and his family. We can also say that culturally and spiritually, the journey A.V. takes in the Caribbean moves away from the other tourists, recalls then the memories of the community, of her great aunt, as well as the communal moments she experienced on an annual excursion in New York City already. So what's really interesting is that this time, this kind of excursion that's been done in the Caribbean with the group of Joseph who go back to practice traditional ways, is not a first encounter for A.V. with traditional roots and her family's roots, but rather reminds her of something that she first experienced also with her aunt and Tatum in this kind of in-between space of between African cultural memory and New York City. But also in New York City, she experienced as a high school girl moments of feeling connected to her community. And these feelings have gotten lost for her and her husband over the decades of their social upward mobility, but now she's slowly reconnected to those stories and cultural rituals. So the story about it's often known as or called the myth of the flying Africans signifies the roots of her great aunt, whose credibility, the credibility of the story, right? The 10-year-old Avi comes to question, taking this only literally. She says, well, how come they didn't drown, right? And I want to read the passage, or a kind of shortened version of the passage from the novel, which runs over 3 pages, but for the sake of the example, I leave out a few passages and sentences. So this is when Avi is about 10 years old with her aunt. She's heard the story for many, many years, but this time now she comes to question it, and this is the version that the reader is presented with here in this moment in the text. It was here that they brought them. This is what the great aunt tells Avi. Taken them out of the boats right here where we are standing. And the minute those Igbos was brought on shore, they just stopped, my grand said, and taken a look around. And they seen things that you and me don't have the power to see. Because those Africans were people, my grand said, could see in more ways than one. The kind can tell you about things happened long before they were born and things to come long after they are dead. Well, they seen everything that was to happen around here that day. The slavery time and the war my gran always talked about, the emancipation and everything after that, right on up to the hard times today. Those Igbos didn't miss a thing. And when they got through studying them, when they knew just from looking at them how those white folks was going to do you know what those Igbos did? They just turned, my gran said, all of them, and walked on back down to the edge of the river here. They just kept walking right on out over the river. Just kept on walking like the water was solid ground. She remembers the story as she grows up, begins to question the credibility. Again, this is the moment where she reads this literally, right? But she also takes a literal vacation to the Caribbean, right? But she's not psychologically, culturally in touch at this point with the meaning of the story for her family and for her extended community. So the third interpretation of Avi's journey, right? We had the physical one, the geographical one. Now is the spiritual one, is when she recognizes the importance of this story of the flying Africans, the cultural meaning, the significance, and the roots that this narrative presented for her grandmother and her great-grand-aunt, and which is now passed on eventually to Avi as well. We also have a psychological development of Avi, a psychological journey in a way, because when she returns from this excursion in the Caribbean, she finds a way to reinterpret the story and also her position in maintaining, keeping up the story, but also passing the story on to the younger generations. So eventually AV is able to experience and understand the physical experience and the dimension of this flying, of this Middle Passage reference, when she kind of gets lost in the Caribbean on this island, finds herself without sunglasses, hat, or watch, right? And is kind of completely on her own for a moment. So she kind of relives this physical bodily experience of understanding and of finding her roots. Now we have then the metaphorical dimension of the narrative that her aunt told her, the place that she took her in South Carolina, this Igbo landing, has this geographical and metaphorical dimension. Now the psychological one comes when the roots of her family and the heritage tradition is taken up by Avi, and she now then decides to sell the house in North White Plains in order to invest in Tatum, in the house of her great aunt, and to rebuild this as a family vacation home, but also as a kind of a vacation camp for high school students, young students from the city to come spend the summers with her then, as she was able to do with her great aunt. So Tatum, the place of her great aunt in South Carolina, take on a new significance for Avie, who at the end of the novel decides to return to the place for longer stretches of time and then to become herself an ancestor figure for the younger generation and the grandchildren of her older daughters. And so I have a second text passage from the final passages of the novel where Avie speaks about and thinks about and formulates this idea of what to do with the house in Tatum and her new role for her family and by extension for her community in the city as well. So she says, and again, I'm leaving out a few passages in between because the passage will be too long, but to condense it to like the gist of this quote. So she would take it upon herself to speak of the excursion to others elsewhere. Tatum, Avie Johnson found herself thinking of the house her great aunt had left her. She had made up her mind to fix it up, sell the house in North White Plains, and use the money to build in Tatum. It would be a vacation house, and each summer she would ask that her two grandsons be sent to spend time with her in Tatum. And Marion, that's her daughter, could bring some of the children from her school. The place could serve as a summer camp, and at least twice a week in the late afternoon, she would lead them, grandchildren and visitors alike, in a troop over to the landing. To conclude, in my reading of Praise Song for the Widow in the topic and in the connection to the topic of roots, I would suggest that the novel represents the theme of roots within African American studies and is one of many works that interpret the story of the flying Africans for the protagonist. Of course, making that the second of Toni Morrison's Song of Solomon or Julie Dash's film Daughters of the Dust come to mind, as well as more contemporary interpretations, for example, Beyoncé's album Lemonade, or Ta-Nehisi Coates' novel The Water Dancer, who all integrate to various degrees and sometimes in various versions this story of the flying Africans. So these readings, and particularly this of Pauline Marshall's Praise Song for the Widow, then present this theme of flying not as a story of flight, but as a story of ancestors taking roots geographically, spiritually, and culturally, and thus as stories of remembering those roots in as well and as through literature and art.
Hello, everybody. I'm Alfred Hornung. I'm a research professor of Transnational American Studies and the speaker of the Obama Institute for Transnational American Studies. I'm also the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Transnational American Studies, which we host now at the Obama Institute in collaboration with Stanford University. Some of my recent activities I would like to mention, of course, particularly my interest in transnational American studies, given the occupations I have. And I recently did a project on the transnational work of African American women in Germany, Angela Davis, Audre Lorde, and Mary Church Terrell, the way in which they interacted here in Germany from the beginning of the 20th century to our own time. It's interesting that African American women apparently take a completely different approach to international and transnational affairs than African American men who simultaneously came to Germany. Jake sat like a big eager boy and learned many facts about Haiti before the train reached Pittsburgh. He learned that the universal spirit of the French Revolution had reached and lifted up the slaves far away in the remote island, that Black Haiti's independence was more dramatic and picturesque than the United States' independence, and that it was a strange, almost unimaginable exception of the beautiful ideas of the liberté, égalité, fraternity of mankind that shook the foundation of the Romantic era. For the first time, he heard the name Toussaint Louverture, the black slave and leader of the Haitian slaves, heard how he fought and conquered the slave owners and then protected them, decreed laws for Haiti that held more of a human wisdom and nobility than the Code Napoleon, defended his baby revolution against the Spanish and the English vultures, defeated Napoleon's punitive expedition, and how tragically he was captured by a civilized trick, taken to France and sent to Napoleon to die broken-hearted in a cold dungeon. A black man? A black man? Oh, I wish I'd been a soldier under this man, Drake said simply. He plied his instructor with questions, heard of Dessalines, who carried on the fight begun by Toussaint Louverture and kept Haiti independent. But it was incredible to Drake that a little island of freed slaves had withstood the three leading European powers. The waiter told him that Europe was in a complex state of transition then, and that the wonderful age had been electrified with universal ideas, ideas so big that they had lifted up ignorant people, even black, to the statue of God. The world doesn't know, he continued, how great Toussaint Louverture really was. He was not merely great, he was lofty, he was good. The history of Haiti today might have been different if it had been allowed to finish his work. He was honored by a great enigmatic poet of that period, and I honor both Toussaint and the poet of keeping in my memory the wonderful, passionate lines. And he quoted Wordsworth's sonnet, Toussaint, the most unhappy man of men, whether the whistling rustic sent his plough within the hearing, or there he had been now, pillowed in the same deep dungeon, earless dent. Jake felt like one passing through a dream, vivid in rich, varied colors. It was revelation, beautiful in his mind. That brief account of an island of savage black people who fought for collective liberty and was struggling to create a culture of their own, a romance of his race, just down there by Panama. How strange. Jake was very American in spirit and shared a little of that comfortable Yankee contempt for our poor foreigners. But as an American N, he looked askew at foreign Ns. Africa was judged, and African bush Ns cannibals, and West Indians were monkey chasers. But now he felt like a boy who stands with the map of the world in colors before him and feels the wonder of the world. The waiter told him that Africa was not jungle as he dreamed of it, nor slavery the peculiar role of black folk. The Jews were the slaves of the Egyptians. The Greeks made slaves of their conquered. The Gauls and Saxons were slaves of the Romans. He told Jake of the old destroyed cultures of West Africa and of their vestiges, of black kings who struggled stoutly for the independence of their kingdoms, Bremem of Ashanti, Tofa of Dahomey, Kestigi of Benin, Gedawabo of Zululand, Menelik of Abyssinia. Had Jake ever heard of the little Republic of Liberia, founded by American Ns, and Abyssinia, deep set in the shoulder of Africa, besieged by the hungry wolves of Europe, the only nation that has existed free and independent from the earliest records of history until today. Abyssinia, oldest unconquered nation, ancient strange as Egypt, persistent as Palestine, legendary as Greece, magical as Persia. This passage because it really strikes a tone with what we experience still now, and a return of the past, if you want, in contemporary United States and also in the world, if you want, because this conversation between these two men reflects somehow an important point. The conversation between Jake and Ray that I read from exemplifies the two poles of McKay's concern to affirm the common life of Black people of African descent worldwide, if you want, and the acceptance of the different language and behavior of the working class people, and at the same time, his effort to educate the underprivileged and underrepresented or maybe misrepresented people. From the educated person, Jay, who not only knows French, but has also gone to university to study, as opposed to Jake, who, has no education in any kind of higher education. So these two are contrasted with each other. But what is interesting is that Jake is always eager to learn. He very attentively listens to this history of settler colonialism, of European imperialism, of the United States imperialism in the Caribbean, the way in which this has already interfered with life in the beginning at the turn of 1800. And what is also significant that he brings in, literature. This poem that he talks about is a sonnet by William Wordsworth, who in England wrote about the fate of Toussaint Louverture, and blamed Napoleon for capturing Toussaint Louverture, bringing him to a prison in France, where he then died. So this is a dedication. And at the same time, this also connects with Claude McKay's attempt to adapt to a form of writing that is, accepted by the so-called cultural elite, because he also, once he comes to New York, starts writing sonnets. But the difference is that he really always combines a revolutionary spirit with a form of entertainment. Claude McKay, who had come from Jamaica to the United States in 1912 and then studied briefly at Tuskegee University in Alabama, and then went to Kansas for a brief time, but from 1914 on, he lived in New York City, and he had come as an important poet, writing in the Jamaican vernacular, what today we call nation language of Jamaica. And when he came to the United States, he adapted his style to what we can call modern English literature, also using the standard English words and texts. He became very famous in 1919 when he wrote a poem called If We Must Die, which was a direct response to the so-called Red Summer in the cities, in New York City, Chicago, and other places, where Black people were discriminated by the white hegemony. And, they fought against it for the first time in a massive kind of uproar. And Claude McKay gave this a form of literature that is not just to be read, but he always practices also his ideas. So in that sense, I think this is probably the message that we can take for our contemporary period of time, that it is not enough to just voice your critique and speak about it, but we also have to act.
Now I'd like to share with you a bit more about my roots journey. It's actually from a very special book. It's my dad's memoir, Dr. Floyd J. Malveaux. During his final years battling a brain tumor, he was determined to document his life's journey and our family's legacy. Really, it was from his humble beginnings in the segregated South to his ascent to Howard University's Dean of the Medical School. So I'd like to share this with you. It's a bit about his background growing up in Opelousas, Louisiana. In the American South, gens de couleur libre were people of European and African ancestry who had never been enslaved. While not fully enfranchised, they enjoyed more rights and privileges than free blacks who had once been slaves. Our population also included a large number of individuals from Canada, known as Acadians, who later identified themselves as Cajuns. When I was born in 1940, the population of Opelousas was about 9,000 and perhaps grew to no more than 16,000 at any given time. Louisianans sometimes refer to our state as having a gumbo culture, resembling the melding of ingredients used in preparation of our famous dish. But most importantly, we call it home. People of color, African Americans, who are descendants of slaves and a sizable number of free people of color, make up a significant percentage of the population in this country. During slavery, Louisiana had the most free people of color of any slaveholding state in the South. No state in the country had a history like Louisiana's, which has a particular call of home that few natives can resist, no matter how far and how wide. My genealogical research, as well as that of others, details a family tree that speaks volumes about my relatively complicated heritage, free, enslaved, slaveholding, ranging from poor to considerably wealthy, and from illiterate to highly educated, and all creating a consistent lineage that is mostly religious, God-fearing, industrious, and marked by strong family support and pride. Thank you, Dad. Our heartfelt thanks as well to the students at the Obama Institute for Transnational American Studies at the Johannes Gutenberg University for joining us once again this year. Well, now it is time for another powerful performance. Last year, Jalen Smith gave us a soulful rendition of Sam Cooke's A Change Is Gonna Come. Well, today he performs Wade in the Water. Welcome, Jalen. Welcome back.
Wade in the waters, wade in the water, children, wade in the waters. God's gonna trouble the waters. See that band all dressed in white. God's gonna trouble the waters. Looks like the band of Israelites. God's gonna trouble the waters. Wade in the waters. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the waters. God's gonna trouble the waters. See that band all dressed in red. God's gonna trouble the water. Looks like the band that Moses laid. God's gonna trouble the waters. Wade in the waters. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the waters. God's gonna trouble the waters. God's gonna trouble the waters. God is gonna trouble these waters.
This is the third annual Global Read-a-Thon, brought to you by Center for Studies on Africa and its Diaspora. Our theme this year, Roots, the Journey of Us, exploring the narratives that shaped moments and movements over centuries. Presenting this year's Read-a-Thon and coming to you live from Georgia Public Broadcasting in Atlanta is award-winning journalist Suzanne Malveaux.
There's no better way to kick off our final hour of the Read-a-Thon than with our next guest, renowned author and poet Frank X. Walker. The Kentucky native made his history in 2013 as the first African-American to be named Kentucky Poet Laureate. He also published 13 powerful collections of poetry, including Turn Me Loose, The Unghosting of Medgar Evers. It earned him the 2014 NAACP Image Award for Poetry. And currently, he serves as a professor of English and African American and Africana Studies at the University of Kentucky. And we're so fortunate that he joins us live here in the studio for our Read-a-Thon.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I had a chance to read some of your poetry, and tell us why, what inspired you to really look back at Civil War and those blacks who participated and fought for the Union. I know you have some ancestors who were a part of that.
Well, part of the motivation was knowing that at least two of my ancestors were part of the Camp Nelson and enlisted in the Union Army in Kentucky. But I didn't know there were 4 of them, and on both sides of my family. And for most of our life, it was just a rumor. And I had a chance to connect with a set of individuals who had all this research material, and they sent us a 100-page document with all these details, historical documents, pension files, service records, about my own relatives that I'd never known about, and I was just so excited. I just folded it into my own poetry project, and the poems came out of that.
How did you imagine what they were thinking or feeling? Did you reach out to family and discuss it? Was it a part of family folklore? How did you come up with those images?
Well, my practice of part of what I do is write historical poetry, and the process begins with reading as much historical information as possible. You know, I think that my goal is to be able to give a 2-hour lecture on the subject, and if I have that much information in my head, then I feel like I have enough to write about it as a poet. And so I start there with the research. I'd done this enough. This was my 6th collection that was historical poetry. So the process was familiar to me, but the subject was brand new. And all I needed was just some quiet time and a sabbatical.
How long was the sabbatical?
It was just for 1 semester, but that was 6 months devoted to just trying to dig into the research and pull out some poems, and this is the result.
And Frank, I just want to mention this to our audience before you head off to read your poetry. But you do speak of the pain of the colored troops, U.S. colored troops, and you ask the question, how do you unorphan people? How do you pick up shattered black porcelain and make a new set of dishes fit to eat off of? It's beautiful, it's painful, and I know you're going to give us more.
I hope to do that.
Okay, good. You'll be in the reading corner very soon. Okay, I'll get you there.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So where do I go next?
My name is Camille Vasquez, Iyabo Onipedi.
Jerry Bullock.
Malcolm Brown Achagu.
It's Veronica Pemberton Daniels.
It's Dr. Patrice Little.
Jeanette Brooks.
Wanda Mosley. And this is
My Migration Story.
Where everybody comes from
somewhere.
My name is Jerry Bullock, and I reside in Noonan, Georgia, and this is my migration story for Everybody Comes From Somewhere. My migration story begins in 2007 when I relocated from Seattle, Washington to Atlanta, Georgia. I was born and raised in Southern California, West Covina, which is a suburb of Los Angeles. I grew up there in 1999. Left there and moved to Seattle, Washington. I was an airline employee and lived in Seattle for approximately 8 years, and then migrated to Atlanta, Georgia in 2007.
All right, so Frank X. Walker now in the reading corner. Frank, give us a little bit of your poetry.
Thank you. I'll share what I think is the final poem in the collection that really deals with Brigadier General Charles Young trying to connect with why he felt compelled to be a soldier and inspired by his own father, who had also joined the Union Army. This is called A Black Father Dreams a Son. Brigadier General Charles Young, 9th U.S. Cavalry Regiment. It was 12 miles to Maysville and the Ohio River, and another 10 to Ripley. A runaway could escape from Mays Lick at night, head north, follow the smell of the river, and make the entire distance and crossing by sunrise. A determined one on horseback like Gabriel Young could make it in half the time. Ignoring racism at West Point was easier, knowing my father survived slavery. He joined the 5th and risked his life so our people would know freedom. I risked mine to protect it. If his sacrifice and commitment freed my body, my mother's books freed my mind. Her skirt was my first classroom. Every big and small thing I've done began at their feet. Though born into slavery in Kentucky, I learned to play piano and violin, speak French and German before becoming a teacher, before graduating from West Point, before a career in the military and public service.
Thank you so much, Frank. Really appreciate it. Heading now to the Horn of Africa, the eastern part of the continent. Ethiopia is the largest country in that region. It's about 100 languages are spoken there. It was among the first independent nations to sign the UN Charter. Well, fun fact about Ethiopia, did you know it's only 2018 in Ethiopia? It is 7 years and 8 months behind much of the rest of the world. That is because they follow their own calendar. So if you want to age backwards, right, we recommend you visit to Ethiopia, I wish. There's Ethiopian philanthropist, businesswoman, Galila Puck. Well, she is a partner and global creative director for the Wolfgang Puck Group of companies, and she is also on the advisory board for CSAD. Check it out.
Welcome everyone to an evening with Galila Asafa Puck. Ethiopia, memories of home, revolution, refuge, and renewal.
Galila, Oliver, welcome to this celebration of Ethiopia and the African diaspora. Our story, the story of us.
Ethiopia has a symbolic history in African American culture. Dating back to the 1700s, especially through invocation of Psalm 68, verse 31, African American writers regularly pointed to Ethiopia as they constructed origins narratives linking Black Americans to ancient Africa.
Ethiopia means a lot to the world because we pride ourselves as a land of origins.
Ethiopia is a place where some of the most ancient human fossils were discovered. What is also very much fascinating is, although Ethiopia is a Christian country in Africa, it also was the first African state to accept Islam. Ethiopia is also the oldest independent nation in Africa. As you know, and obviously Ethiopia is also the only African country that uses its own alphabets. Emperor Haile Selassie I, he was very, very instrumental in terms of helping many African countries. When you go to Kenya, the Kenya African National Union. When you go to Zimbabwe, the ZANU PF, the Zimbabwe National African Union. When you go to Tanzania, the TANU, the Tanzania African National Union. All these parties were really established with the support by Haile Selassie. And in fact, in 1911, of course, the African National Congress, the ANC in South Africa, was also supported by Haile Selassie.
Covered with rivers flowing to the Grand Niles, Ethiopia's lifeline, where history's waters grow. A tapestry of languages, a cultural rush, diverse traditions united in their pride. The Ethiopia we embrace, they all overlook, a land of many nations on the horn. Our flags, green, yellow, red, symbolize our people who have bravely tread. Through trials and triumphs, our spirit endures, a nation so bold with a love that assures.
Here's a little more about our guest of honor.
Born and raised in Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, Galila Puck credits her upbringing for inspiring her life journey.
We came from a very rich, long history culture.
That history and culture nurtured a woman who would become a model, fashion designer, entrepreneur, wife, mother, global executive, philanthropist, and more. Today, she calls Los Angeles home with her husband, internationally recognized chef and restaurateur Wolfgang Puck, and their 2 sons.
Kindness and love, that's who we really are as Ethiopians. Giving back is ingrained in our culture. From birth, the principle of giving back has been installed in me as far as I can remember.
We are a strong nation who's deep-rooted. So for us, having identity, who we are, family values, cultures. We have so many great things that part of our wiring and sort of our weaving of part of our fabrics growing up.
Our students, I know some are looking at you and they're thinking about your journey and what you went through and the lessons learned. And so talk a little bit about the lessons learned, the life journey. What can you impart and share about what you've had to navigate to become who you are and where you are?
There is a lot of struggle. Things were not always easy for me. It never was. But it's not easy now. It will not be. Yes, we're very successful, but to stay where you are or to take your company to the next level, there's always a struggle. And they just have to stay focused, and there's not an overnight success, ever. Don't believe that. It's, what is that rule that says the 10,000 hours? And multiply that by 50, really. You have to work hard. They have to stay focused. Perseverance, I always say. And Africa is the future. So I'm hoping that they're taking Africa global, and we're right there with you. This is what we do. I do want to give a shout out to all my African American communities. We stand on their shoulder to be able to live the life we live today.
Dancers from the Ethiopian Community Association of Atlanta are here, ready to wow you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
My next guest, determined to preserve history in her home country of Liberia, the oldest surviving house in the Liberian township of Crozerville, it was on the brink of collapse. Well, now, no longer. The Brig Cora House holds the legacy of 346 people who traveled together from Barbados to Liberia in 1865 to start a new life. Their voyage took place some 3 decades after the emancipation of slaves in Barbados. Our 2-time Emmy Award-winning journalist, Brenda Bush Weeks, and her team, they are trying to bring this largely untold story to life by turning this home into a museum and an active community center. So Brenda's a personal friend of all of us at CSAD. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Really appreciate it. And
thank you.
This was amazing. Full disclosure, I am on the board of this restoration project. Tell us where we are in this and why this is important. This is an important project.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me and for serving on our board. It's an important project. First of all, it's a personal project for me because my husband, it was something my husband wanted to do, and he didn't live long enough to do it. The house itself, he inherited from his grandfather, who was a first-generation Bajan. His great-grandparents were on that ship from Barbados to Liberia. And this house being, as you said, the last house that's still in Crozerville, the town where they settled, he wanted it to be a museum for everyone in that community to help lift that community. And so after I took his remains home 2 years ago for burial, I was leaving to come back to America, and it just felt like he told me, I heard him in my conscious mind say that this is what he wanted done. He had expressed the desire years ago, and it was the one thing he felt that he hadn't finished. And he said, that's what he wanted me to do, and literally that's
what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing.
Why is it a story that a lot of people haven't heard about this before? Why do you suppose that's the case?
You know, and Suzanne, this is not just the case with us, but so many of Africa's stories are not told because these stories are handed down verbally through history. And then after a while, those stories, they're forgotten. And so that's the importance of this museum. And so many people, we have to tell our stories ourselves. And this is how we preserve the story of this amazing voyage of these 346 people, the largest migration of Afro-Caribbeans to Africa. It's an incredible story of bravery and of self-determination, but it was never written formally. There's only actually recently one book about it, and then our museum,
that's amazing,
which will really cement their story.
So it brings it to life, really.
It does.
We hear so many things about the movement of Black people, the migration of Black people related to a sense of freedom.
Yes.
How is their journey related to their future, their freedom, and the legacy of those who followed?
And you mentioned that this voyage was taken 3 decades after emancipation in the West Indies. Emancipation in the U.S. was just happening in that year, 1865. And these Barbadians, they were emancipated, but they were still not able to own land, go to school, they had no rights. And so that was the purpose of their voyage, to go to Africa and get those rights, the rights of
Brenda, it is so
freedom.
important. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate it. Such an incredible story.
Thank you.
My name is Camille Vasquez Iyabo Onipedi.
Jerry Bullock.
Malcolm Brown Achagu. It's Veronica Pemberton Daniels.
It's Dr. Patrice Little.
Jeanette Brooks.
Wanda Mosley. And this is
My migration story.
Where everybody
comes from
somewhere.
Hello, my name is Dr. Patrice Little, and I reside in Lawrenceville, Georgia, and this is my migration story, and everybody comes from somewhere. My family is from the beautiful island of Jamaica. They migrated here back in the late 1970s. So I've had the privilege to, of course, have the best of both worlds, being that my family's from another country and that I was born here in the United States.
Well, as we close out Black History Month, we also look ahead to kicking off Women's History Month. That is in March. Both Monica and I, as well as Maurice Hobson, feel that we're just so fortunate, right, to have this opportunity. You brought us the historic piece on Atlanta, and we really appreciate that. But, you know, we feel like this is a blessing, really. This means so much to our community, bringing you the world at your front door. I mean, this is how it works, communicating. Our journey to get here wasn't easy. We continue to pursue it. We know how important it is to seek and to share the truth. And we're hoping to inspire the next generation of storytellers. Monica, it's a tough one, right?
It is a very hard one, particularly because there's so much emphasis now on diminishing the history of people of color. And it's so important for everyone to realize that Black history is not just Black history, no more than Latin American history. It's just Latin American history. It is also American history, because this country was built by people of different races and nationalities.
And Maurice, weigh in here, because Atlanta is so critical. It's so crucial internationally, around the world.
Well, but a lot of it stems from what Sister Monica just stated, is that Atlanta bears the markings of all of the blessings and curses of what it means to be in the United States. I mean, there have been periods of enslavement, there have been periods of turmoil, and there have also been periods of triumph. And so it represents the full spectrum of the human experience.
Does it surprise either one of you, my parents are no longer alive, that we are in this time and place where we continue to fight for transparency, for truth, for justice? I think my parents would be absolutely surprised and maybe a little disappointed too, but it's a cycle. You have to keep fighting for it. It's not a given.
No, it's not a given, and I think that's why programs like this are so important. You have to know your past so you don't make the same mistakes. And far too often, we don't want to look at the past because it's painful, but the only way to get better is sometimes to remove that scab and start over.
What do you think, Maurice?
I think this is absolutely important. You know, my father's no longer with us, and he would be disappointed, but he wouldn't be surprised. See,
I agree.
As someone who does history, one of the conversations in the field of history is that either history repeats itself or people repeat history. And so one of the things about it is if you can chart the patterns of progress and then pitfalls, you can see that there's an ebb and flow. And so, you know, we had years to where we see progress, and then you see, you know, when the pendulum swings all the way back to the right. And the thing about it is this, is that as people, in terms of the human spirit, we have opportunities to continue that fight.
Okay, we gotta leave it there. Sure. That's a very important message. We got this celebrating New Orleans, my people, and les bon temps roulés, right? Let the good times roll, joie de vivre, and resilience. That's what we are celebrating today. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors as well. Of course, your support makes all this possible. We truly are grateful from all of us. Thank you so, so much. And what a journey that we've been on together, from walking through our roots, our migration stories, our journeys. We have explored our history. We've embraced our ancestors. And now we challenge our communities to pass on these narratives to the next generation. They're going to carry our legacy. So we began in song with Lift Every Voice and Sing. So it is only fitting that we conclude in song the drum beats of the students from the Colombo Cultural Institute. This is their third time, so thank you very much. Third time with us at this Read-a-Thon. Join us as we conclude our celebration. Our journey is ongoing. And so, until next time, I'm Suzanne Malveaux, and thanks to all of you for watching. Take us away, Colombo dancers. Thank you.